CACR 19. If you would please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning. Thank you. With that being said, I am going to open the public hearing for CACR 19 and invite the sponsor to introduce his legislation.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the House Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. For the record, my name is Representative Jonah O'Ryan Wheeler, and I represent the towns of Peterborough and Sharon, and I'm here today to introduce Constitutional Amendment 19. So you might be asking and looking at your text for the bill, Representative Wheeler, what are you doing proposing that we put cannabis into the Constitution? Is the Constitution truly the place for where drug legalization should go? And to that, Madam Chair, I would respond by saying 1975, in May 17th, 1975, the Alaska Supreme Court had a case before it in which they decided and determined that the citizens of the state of Alaska, via the privacy provision articles of their state constitution, determined that the people of the state of Alaska have a right to simple possession of a modest amount of cannabis. And so since the 70s, that has been the reality in the state of Alaska. And since then, about 12 states have moved forward through the constitutional amendment process, including New Jersey and Missouri and a whole host of other states that aren't necessarily liberal dynamite states, have moved forward on proposing legalization through their constitution of a modest amount of cannabis because they see this as an issue that is debated a lot in their respective legislatures, but ultimately should be determined by the people of the state. So in proposing CACR 19, that is the same methodology which I see the New Hampshire legislature should move forward on. We have been debating this particular topic ad nauseum, and it is a perennial issue which every time it comes up gets more complex with the regulation of sale and the use in public and all of these different other policy little bits and pieces to the overall arching issue of cannabis legalization. What I see is that the people of the state of New Hampshire consistently over the course of that time that we here in the legislature have been debating these perennial bills is that they are using cannabis, they're engaging with it in every way, which way possible. I mean, as people like to say, we're the island of illegality, and that's 100% true. Maine, it is 100% legal. Canada, it is 100% legal. Vermont, it is 100% legal. Rhode Island, Connecticut, New York, Pennsylvania, Virginia, New Jersey, all these places are legal states. And so we are the island in the Northeast of illegality. And I say that not because it is a point of pride, but because I think we here in the legislature have, through those complexities and wanting to debate the specifics of regulation of sale and all this other stuff, left the underarching issue of possession legalization by the wayside. And so this very simply would put on the ballot in the next November election whether or not the people of the state of New Hampshire want to legalize cannabis. And I think it is, given where they are in the polls and where they have come out in support of the legislation that has been passed through the legislature, the very bare minimum that we could do in this legislature to put the complex issues that we seem to not be able to find a solution to the people If they support it, they'll pass it. If they don't, they don't. And then the people who don't support legalization here in this legislature can confidently say, the people of this state do not want legalization, and it will pretty much end the issue from there. The way I see this constitutional amendment, either which way, if we put it on the ballot, it will cut off the continuing perennial complex issue that is legalization of possession. And I think if we put this on the ballot, then it'll be up to the people, and that is where we'll go forward from there. So thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I will take any question that the committee has.
Thank you, Representative Wheeler. I apologize. I do not have the bill in front of me. What did you have as the modest amount?
So it says modest amount because as has been determined when doing constitutional amendments and such, putting in a specific limit puts it into a bit of it makes it more legislation than it does the constitutional amendment. When talking about the Constitution, we're talking about a product that people have used since the founding of this country and before. People like Thomas.
So you don't have a limit?
Well, there is a
In
limit. Modest amount is a limit that through different courts, somewhere between 4 ounces and 2 ounces of cannabis. That's what courts have determined, and modest is the more appropriate way to put it into the Constitution than
Okay.
a specific limit.
Okay, you said it was 4 to 8, is that what you said? 2 to 4. Okay,
Is what courts have determined the word modest
okay.
means.
And then just the other question, Representative, that I have, and I think there was a couple others real fast, is you had mentioned that, the question being, is this the right place, and is the Constitution the place to do it? Have you had any thought as to, if this were to move forward, what the book we may be opening up to just allowing more to come in? Actually, ignore that question. Never mind. Disregard that.
I was going to say everything takes 2/3.
Well, yeah, and you can't control what other people say or think.
It's
So
true.
please disregard that question. Representative Prue, did you still have a question?
No, you kind of answered it.
Okay.
Only kind of.
Modest amount. Yeah, let me ask a question.
Okay. Representative Prue, you're recognized for a question.
So, as we look at constitutions, that vagueness comes into play often and leads to a lot of court cases because it was so vague. One side is saying X and the other side saying Y, and without a specific amount will lead that to a lot of interpretation and a lot of court cases I see. So perhaps you might think about defining that, would you believe?
I wouldn't believe that because, I had the same trepidation and I pushed back when I was working with the lawyer to craft the text of this. And the lawyer said that it is more appropriate to put modest into the Constitution as a result of exactly what you're talking about, so that it can be litigated from there. And as it has been litigated throughout the country, the modest amount is somewhere between 2 and 4 ounces. And in terms of the protection from the mass quantity, if you had a member of the cartel come in through New Hampshire with 15 pounds of cannabis, that would certainly not be modest. And I don't think anybody with any cursory understanding of the dictionary would say that it would be.
Representative Scheer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Isn't it the case that the bill doesn't just say modest amount, it says modest amount of cannabis intended for their personal use, so that last part of the phrase, intended for their personal use, adds some modification to the idea of modest.
Yeah, you're referring to page 1, lines 14 and 15, and you're 100% correct. This only allows for, as the Alaskan Supreme Court determined in 1975, it's personal consumption within your private property. So you're not allowed to go out onto the street and flaunt your baggie of cannabis. You have the right to personally possess and use cannabis, but you can't sell it. You can't, that it's very limited to what it will use and allow.
Follow up? And if this were to become a part of the Constitution, this would not prohibit the legislature from establishing some system for regulating the sale of marijuana. Is that fair to say?
No, absolutely not. I've been frustrated by the incessant need for the legislature to debate the regulation of sale while leaving the possession legalization by the wayside, as I mentioned in my original testimony. And so I left regulation of sale out of this because I think just gets into the rat's nest of having to follow the money. And I think people have been using and are using cannabis right now, and we should make it so that that gray area of legality for the many citizens in our state who cross, for an example, the Tingsboro-Nashua line, where right over the line there are 2 dispensaries in which I just went the other weekend to see. Almost every single one of the license plates in the parking lot were from New Hampshire. So I think it's just here putting in place the black and white legalization is allowed instead of allowing for the gray decriminalization that we currently have.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Muse?
Thank you for taking my question. Are there other places in the state constitution that you're aware of that essentially enshrine a modest amount of a personal right?
Not off the top of my head, no. But there are also instances where the legislature does something new in the Constitution, and I think that this is an appropriate way to do that, as 12 other states have.
Representative Lascelles?
Thank you for taking my question. I understand a lot of states have gone down the road of legalizing in different forms cannabis. Would this change the federal definition and the federal legality, which in my understanding, cannabis is illegal federally? How do you resolve that?
That's a question that all of the 22, 23 states that have legalized have had to contend with. And I think the federal government right now is just looking at a situation in which the federal legislature is not necessarily moving forward on any particular issue, including cannabis. And so there is sort of a gray area of regulation. People who, it matters more, I think, when you legalize regulation of sale, because at that point, the banking for that particular business becomes significantly hard to do because of the federal illegality. Possession, the feds, as long as you're not, like I was saying to Representative Prue, traveling with pounds of cannabis that you intend to sell, is not something that the federal government will deal with in any way whatsoever. The simple possession crimes are state level crimes, and the legalization of possession here will not, in my reading of it, put anyone under the threat of the federal government.
Follow-up, Madam Chair? I understand there's a move in Washington to change the schedule of cannabis. Would that have any impact on this?
It wouldn't. As far as I understand, President Trump has moved for has already signed an executive order which moves the cannabis down to Schedule 3. I think that was the right move, and I think that it does help allow for research and makes the gray area of banking for those states that have legalized sale a lot less gray. But no, this wouldn't affect this at all.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Representative.
very much,
Have a great day
Madam Chair.
today. Representative Howard?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, honorable committee members, for having me today. For the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington.
I'm going to wait.
You're good. I thought you were asking for my pink card, and I was like, oh.
We don't have our call.
Yes. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for having me today. As I said, for the record, my name is State Representative Heath Howard. I represent the communities of Stratford and Barrington, Stratford District 4. So I'm speaking today in support of CACR 19 because we need to address a fundamental failure of leadership that has persisted within these halls for far too long. For years, people of New Hampshire have been watching their neighbors across New England, from Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts, even Canada, have embraced common sense legalization, while the government here in Concord has consistently failed to provide even a basic viable option for simple usage and possession. This legislative stalemate has ignored the clear will of our constituents, with over 70% of Granite Staters consistently favoring reform. This leaves New Hampshire as an island of prohibition that continues to penalize its own citizens for actions deemed accessible just miles over our border. While this body continues to deliberate year after year, the real-world consequences of our inaction mount. We continue to see over 1,000 arrests for possession annually, disproportionately affecting communities of color who are nearly 5 times more likely to be arrested than white residents for the same conduct. This amendment doesn't legalize sales or create a model that we have to debate, but it protects the natural rights of our citizens in line with Article 2 of our state constitution. By failing to provide a legitimate path forward for legalization, the government has not only neglected its principles of personal liberty, but has also maintained a status quo that treats law-abiding citizens as criminals and prioritizes political gridlock over the clear mandate of the people. Our constituents deserve the right to self-determination, and this amendment is the referendum that will allow them to make that choice. I encourage the committee to vote OTP, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Representative Sullivan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Jared Sullivan. I represent Bethlehem in Franconia, which is Grafton District 2. And I'm just here in support of this constitutional amendment because I think it's time for us to stop arresting people. I think it's pretty sad that in New Hampshire, a state that prides itself in trying to be less regulatory and less big government, we continue to arrest people for crimes that are not crimes in most states, all the states around us and many states in this country. I think it's unfortunate that in this process, we ruin the lives of thousands of people and prevent them from being able to participate in all sorts of parts of society because of the criminal record that comes along with these arrests. I think most people I know that most people in this state think that it's past time to legalize it. The last poll I saw was 70% of Granite Staters want this legalized, and that includes 55% of Republicans. So why we continue to ignore the will of the people, I do not know. But I think fundamentally, from my experience working on this since I've become a state rep, it seems to be we get caught up in the idea of how we're going to regulate and sell the product. But for me, it's that's separate and shouldn't be derailing the idea that people should be able to possess something that is by and large legal in all the states around us. We know that people cross the border into Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine to purchase these products, and sometimes they come here and get in trouble for it. And I think that is time to change. This is one way to do that. I think it's a good way to do it because it's a little bit more durable than a law that could be revoked in the future. So with that, I support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Honorable Sue Hamala.
Thank you, Chair. For the record, my name is Sue Homola. I'm from Hollis. I'm representing Smart Approaches to Marijuana. I wanted to speak in opposition to this bill. My testimony that I've already uploaded has on here today's bill and the bill for tomorrow, because I'll be at a funeral and I won't be able to attend. But one of the things that I wanted to point out here is that enshrining the right to possess a federally legal drug is legislatively irresponsible. The term modest amount has already been raised, so I won't I won't belabor that. I will just say that regularly states are actually changing what they view as a modest amount. And if you actually look at the personal possession limits of some of the states, there's a wide difference. And then another thing is that today's high potency marijuana, the one thing that really doesn't get talked about a lot in this is that we always set, in these bills, it's always set to age 21. But today's high potency marijuana actually is incredibly damaging to those whose brain is still developing, and your brain is still developing to age 25, to some cases 27. So tying the age for legalization of marijuana to the same age for alcohol is medically apples and oranges, and that needs a closer look. I know that a lot of discussion's always been about, well, you know, our state isn't selling it, but all these other states are, and it's working great for them. Well, it's not. Actually, Vermont has the highest rate of 13 to 17-year-olds who have a cannabis use disorder. In Maine, they're struggling with hundreds of illegal cartel-owned marijuana farms, and this happens because when you actually legalize a drug, it actually allows the cartels to open in plain sight. That happens in every state that's been legal. And New York, in New York and California, they've actually had more cartel sales of marijuana than state-run sales. Another thing that's kind of interesting to note, in Maine, you know, the argument is everybody wants it. In Maine, when they passed their laws, 90% of their towns and cities opted out of the pot business, which is surprising. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of people don't know in Colorado, the majority of their towns and cities opted out of it when they legalized, and they're still at a slight majority where they don't, not every town and city wants it. In Massachusetts, this is the most interesting. Just this past December, 74,000 voters signed a petition to put a question on their 2026 state ballot to repeal the commercial sale of recreational marijuana. That's shocking. That's Massachusetts. They are done with it. One of the things I've also passed out is that the attitudes toward legalization, public attitudes, are trending downward. This was for the first time, Gallup has done a poll of, do you feel like marijuana legalization is a positive effect for your society and on the user? And that reached a zenith around 2022. As you see in the chart that I've just passed around, the last 2 years in every demographic, every political grouping, people are starting to view it as negative because the effects of it are starting to be seen and they can't be hidden anymore. So I found that very interesting. And the last thing I'll say is that, as it's brought up, it's a federally legal drug. Regardless of the fact that President Trump signed an executive order, to clarify, it is not Schedule 3 yet. It actually has to go through DEA rulemaking. What he did is he signed an executive order asking them to undergo that process and to facilitate it and rush it along. That's fine, but just to clarify, it is not Schedule 3. And even if it is Schedule 3, that's like Tylenol with codeine. So unless you're making a constitutional amendment to tell everyone that they could walk around with a bag of Tylenol with codeine at their will and use it for their recreational purposes, this is the same thing. And the last thing I will say to that is that if you're opening this up to the voters, what you're really doing is you're opening up to anybody who's on the voter roll who then wants to sue the state of New Hampshire for passing a law that is in violation of federal drug law. Anyone have any questions? Yes, sir. Oh, sorry.
I got it. Thank you. Representative Sabourne D. Chouinard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. So you mentioned that the popularity for demanding the legalization of cannabis has actually been dropping since 2022, and that has to do with based off of some of the effects of legalization. So maybe some secondary and tertiary, third order effects of having legalized it. Would you be able to describe what some of these communities and states are experiencing, that some of the unintended consequences?
Sure. Some of the things the states are experiencing is larger amounts of their children, regardless if it's a state law that says only 21-year-olds, again, ridiculous age, 21-year-olds can consume it recreationally. They're seeing it, they're having more addiction of marijuana in their students. They're seeing an increase in their ERs with marijuana-induced psychoses. Their ERs are experiencing a fantastic uptick in cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which is basically your body actually, THC is toxic to your body and it stores in your fat cells. And when it reaches a certain point, you can't do anything but have a reaction to it. And it basically is just uncontrolled vomiting where you you go to the ER and they just have to stabilize you with fluids. Sometimes they can get you in something like a hot shower. There's not a lot you can do for it. One of the things that they're also seeing is we often hear we need to legalize it to ease out the black market. The black market actually comes in stronger. I actually saw this in Oklahoma. I worked for the Department of Emergency Management up until just a year and a half ago, actually. And one of the things that I talk to emergency managers all the time, they legalized grow, medical marijuana grow. And what they saw is they actually had a flood of illegal markets come in at that point, and it just took over their rural areas. Maine is dealing with over 200 illegal pot farms because of the way that their laws allow for, you know, a lot of growing, and it just has gone bananas at every level, but particularly for families. So we always say we're going to legalize it and we're going to get the revenue and this is what the public wants and all these things. Who bears the cost of this? Who bears the cost of this is families. Families are dealing with more addiction than anything. And when you actually legalize, it actually pumps more drugs into the community. More families are dealing with it. More families then have to pay for the addiction services. It's heartbreaking. I actually just finished writing a book that will come out in the spring called 10 Things Every Parent Needs to Know About Marijuana. And the stories that I had interviewed families with is just, it's heartbreaking. And this is marijuana. Most parents don't even know how dangerous it is. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Representative Scheer?
So you said Maine is dealing with illegal pot farms, and in the same sentence you said the law in Maine allows for growing lots of marijuana. I'm confused. Those two seem in conflict.
Yeah, my apologies. I guess let me correct that. Maine is dealing with hundreds of illegal pot farms growing in plain sight, growing in remote areas, growing in people. What happens is, yes, sir, and I promise I'm getting there. And I apologize for saying they allow, you know, a lot of growing. They just, by having it legal and by not doing a lot of enforcement on their whatever existing laws that they have, in turning a blind eye, Governor Janet Mills is turning a blind eye to what is going on in Maine, and it's just criminal. And so what I'm saying is that whether it's Maine, where you have a governor who's actually not paying attention to what's going on, or deliberately not paying attention, to Oklahoma, where they very much care about drugs and, you know, safety and things like that, yet it is crazy flooding the market there. Oklahoma supplies all the black market marijuana in the U.S.
I think his question was specifically to Maine, and I actually would have to agree. So
Yes, sir.
you're saying that
Could we have a transcript of you agreeing with me?
no.
Madam Chair?
Let it be said that at 10:29. So it's legal in Maine. So what is illegal? What is illegal about what's being grown? Is that your question, Representative? Because that was mine.
Is it illegal to grow marijuana in Maine?
Maine has very different laws, and actually maybe Matt Simon's here. Maybe he could answer some of these questions as well. But Maine has very different laws as far as its commercial side and its medical marijuana side. And on its medical marijuana side, it allows individuals to grow, and I believe, if I'm not wrong, individuals to be able to sell small amounts. So they have laws that allow more growing than I would say maybe some other states, and that's on the medical marijuana side. They're having a lot of issues with that, but what I really wanted to say is that the black market does not disappear because you legalize it. It usually just flourishes in plain sight. So I apologize for not being clear on their medical marijuana to recreational grow laws.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, whoever's name is Ray, and we would ask you to say the last name. Oh yeah, not you. The other Ray.
The other Ray?
The other. No, it's you.
My name's Ray Boulanger. I'm from Tilton, New Hampshire. I'm a child of, we'll say, the 60s. So back then I partook in many things, including marijuana. And one of the things that people that are against this always say, well, it's a gateway drug. Well, I think that it being illegal makes it a gateway drug, because people who want it will go to those cartel people, and while they're there, the guy will go, well, hey, I got this other stuff you can try. And yes, you're tempted to buy something, some pills or something, because you're going to the illicit people who like sell that stuff. And legalizing it keeps you out of that environment. So legalizing it may cut down a person's ability to be influenced by people who sell other things besides marijuana. And I never thought it was a gateway drug back then. I smoked some pot, that was all I did. I never really considered it a gateway drug, other than being exposed to people who sell the illicit drugs, the fentanyl, or back then it was mescaline, you know. But on the other hand, I have a 30-something-year-old son, goes down to Massachusetts and buys marijuana down there, and it's so strong that I see a change in his personality, which I don't like. So if you were to legalize it, if there would be some way to cut back the strength of what they're selling nowadays to half or less, of the amount of THC, then I might be for it. But as strong as it is now, I just don't think it's good for anybody. It's why if you look at my sign-up sheet, I put a dash. I don't know. It's a hard thing to figure out, but yeah, I know. I just thought I'd say that. You know, if someone says, well, it's a gateway drug, I don't feel it is, unless it's illegal, because the people are being exposed to that. No one ever thinks of that or mentions it that I've heard. So that was what I had to say. I hope it helped.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Matt Simon. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify? This is our last card, and I'm looking to close the hearing as soon as he is done. Okay. You're up, Mr. Simon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Matt Simon. I represent Granite Leaf Cannabis. We're one of the 3 companies that operate alternative treatment centers within the therapeutic cannabis program. This bill has nothing to do with the therapeutic cannabis program, actually has nothing to do with cannabis markets or commercialization or really anything beyond the simple constitutional right to possess modest amounts of cannabis for personal use. So we do support this. It has no impact on our business. We support it because we think it's the right thing to do, simply. So my comments are more personal than anything to do with our business or our program. So the right to possess cannabis for personal use should not have to be an enumerated right in the New Hampshire Constitution. Ideally, we would just pass a law like we do on other things. Most Granite Staters believe New Hampshire should have legalized cannabis possession through the normal legislative process years ago. And you'll be hearing yet another bill tomorrow that would simply do that, legalize possession without the need for a constitutional amendment. Unfortunately, we've been at an impasse on this issue for many years, and there is no real hope that any of the various legalization bills will become law in 2026. This chamber has been passing legalization bills for the last decade. For one reason or another, they've all fallen short. As a result, New Hampshire is continuing to fine and arrest Granite Staters for simple possession of cannabis in spite of overwhelming public opinion. This prohibition violates the spirit of our state constitution, not to mention the slogan "Live Free or Die" that appears on the front and back of our vehicles. So every time the normal legislative process falls short on this issue, many of our friends and neighbors take to the comment threads online. Many of them ask the same simple question. It's the most common comment by far. Why can't we, the people, vote on this like they do in other states? So I've had the privilege of explaining how our system works over and over again for the many years that I've worked on this issue, and people find that generally very unsatisfying. Several years ago, my good friend, the late Representative Rennie Cushing, a former chairman of this committee, sponsored a similar CACR. He believed, as I do, that when the normal legislative process fails to secure individual rights, the constitutional amendment process can and should be considered an appropriate alternative. As you know, polls have repeatedly indicated that more than 2/3 of New Hampshire voters support legalization. If New Hampshire voters believe the right to possess cannabis should be recognized in our Constitution, well, why don't we ask them and why don't we let them to decide? So I could comment on other aspects of things, but I think most of the testimony you've heard is irrelevant to this bill. We're talking about a philosophical issue, whether it goes to the issue of the individual's relationship to government, and is the prohibition of personal possession of cannabis acceptable in a free society? Is it acceptable in a society where 70% of the public does not support that policy? So I think it is a constitutional question. I agree with the comments that it should be kept very high level in the Constitution, that specifying an amount, for example, if we said 2 ounces in the Constitution, then we would need another CACR and another vote of the people to change that amount. So I think the way it's worded is appropriate, keeps it very high level. And my guess would be that if this did pass in November, that the legislature would come back next year and want to talk through all of the policy issues that have been raised. Should it be regulated? If so, how? Should it be taxed? If so, how? What's a modest amount? And so on. So I hope you'll support the CACR. Happy to answer any questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on CACR 19 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And at this time, I will open the public hearing for House Bill 1034. And welcome the sponsor to introduce his legislation.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. I am Representative Timothy Horrigan from Stratford County District 10, the town of Durham, and I'm here to introduce HB 1034, an act relative to possession of firearms on school property. Those of us, this will look familiar to a lot of people around the table. It's Section 1 of the bill is virtually identical to a bill which almost passed a few years ago. Of course, that was back in 2019 and 2020. I guess that is recently. Things have changed a little bit since then. But anyway, it did come close to passing, and I think it's a fairly simple and common sense bill. So, if HB 1034-1 becomes law, illegal possession of a firearm would become a Class A misdemeanor, punishable by no more than a year in prison and a fine of no more than $2,000. And this does apply only to firearms, not to any of the other things that people can bring into school property that might be used to harm someone. And this is on top of existing penalties if the gun or any other weapon is used to threaten, endanger, harass, or assault anyone. And it's also on top of penalties for intruding on school property or misbehaving. So it complements federal law, which already restricts guns in schools. So local and state police forces will be empowered to respond to certain threatening situations, which currently can be dealt with only by federal agencies. And I think it's better to have local and state police forces deal with those sorts of situations. For example, our local police forces, but state police were pretty good at de-escalating things. That's unfortunately hasn't always been the case recently with federal agencies. And this bill complements schools' other rules, which regulate all sorts of activity, which are not necessarily illegal off campus. A campus, a school campus is it's somewhat separate from, the rest of the community. And we had previous debates previous debates in years past on similar bills, there was a lot of talk about arming teachers. And actually, under current law, teachers can already be armed. However, they need permission because the possession and use of weapons on campus is an issue which can be and always is regulated by a school's policy and rules. And actually, this creates a standard procedure allowing school boards to authorize an individual teacher or any other individual to carry guns on campus. And they would have it's not subject to 91A, so they could have like a confidential discussion with the school board and presumably the school administration about if you want to authorize certain individuals to carry guns on campus. And it also doesn't apply to local police officers assigned to be school resource officers are already allowed to carry on campus. It was certainly very unrealistic to expect teachers to serve double duty as armed guards. First of all, guns and ammo are expensive. We already expect teachers to buy school supplies and a host of other classroom necessities. They're also currently subject to discipline if they improperly hit or restrain a student or another school employee or anybody on the school campus. So I think it's creating policies for when school teachers would be allowed to shoot and possibly kill. That seems virtually impossible. Even police departments struggle a lot with that issue. So, and speaking of armed guards, there is a new section which was not present in the bills that came close to passing in 2019 and 2020. This forbids private schools from hiring personnel whose sole purpose is to be an armed guard. I mean, they can still hire armed personnel who have other duties, but you can't hire one who's simply there to be an armed guard. And any such armed personnel, anyone else who works in the school, they have to be otherwise qualified to work with the students in the public schools. And this does not specifically apply to local police officers who are assigned to be school resource officers, although school resource officers are chosen fairly carefully, and there's a host of there's school boards and police departments are very careful about who gets to be a school resource officer and what they're allowed to do on campus and so forth. So I will admit, teachers, other school employees, and students who violate any school rule or endanger their teachers can already be punished. And this is true if HB 1034 passes. The only difference is that on top of any other sanctions, carrying a firearm on campus without permission would henceforth be a Class A misdemeanor. And actually, this would apply to anyone, whether they're affiliated with the school or not, who carries a firearm on campus without permission. Because under current law, you have a lot of strange situations where schools usually have pretty. We've been upgrading the security in schools to make it harder to carry a firearm into a school. But if somebody does turn up on the school, there's not much they can do specifically about it unless the situation escalates and they do something else with it. So I would, something I did mention in my prepared testimony was in the bill. There's school property. It's defined as all real property owned or leased by schools, including but not limited to buildings, land, or vehicles. And I hope it's usually pretty clear what school property, what places are school property and what aren't. But so I would urge you to I would urge the committee to pass this bill. I think it should have been passed 6 years ago, and events that have happened since then just underline the importance of protecting our students, teachers, and everybody who uses our schools from being shot and being shot or otherwise harmed. So I would urge you to pass the bill, and I guess I'm certainly willing to entertain any questions if you have any. And I see we have at least one, Mr. Chair.
Representative Prue.
So can you explain to me why exactly you don't want a school to hire an armed security officer to protect our children?
Well, yes, I can do that. First of all, I think it's a bad idea to have someone on campus whose only job
is to shoot, is to wait around and wait for a chance to shoot someone. So that, and obviously it depends on how good the training is. So I think that that makes me uncomfortable. I think it makes students uncomfortable. They can perform other duties, and certainly anybody who's an armed guard, they should meet the other requirements to be a school employee. I put that in because I heard about a charter school where some of the parents were taking up a collection to hire an armed guard, and although apparently even in that case at the charter school, even students whose parents didn't pay in the fund, presumably the armed guard would still protect all the children, not just the children of those parents who paid into the fund. And I don't know if that would cover it, but it's probably a fairly easy thing to work around. I just don't want somebody. I think it's a bad idea to have someone on the school property whose main function is simply to be armed, which I don't know how often that would happen. Certainly security, you can have security personnel and they can be armed. I mean, it could be like the security people down at the desk. They now have weapons, but that's not their main function. Is they do a host of other duties, and that's not their main function to wait around for a chance to shoot a bad guy if one turns up. So the same should be true for schools. Thanks. And I guess I have a follow-up. Follow up.
I have so many rattling around in my head after what you just said.
Yes, we can
I'm
just
not
narrow
even
it
sure
to
where
the
to
most-
start, but so I'm guessing that you believe you would prefer that there would be nobody with a gun. So when somebody actually comes to the school with a gun and starts shooting our children, that's a better option than having a guard who is professionally trained to protect our children there? Is that what I'm understanding?
Not exactly. And well, first of all, it's your bill now. If you don't like Section 2, but you like the rest of it.
I don't like any of it.
Oh, that's true. But anyway, but is one of your options is to delete Section 2, and I would probably still support this bill if it comes to the floor without Section 2. It's just that should not be. We should not have people on school property who think their primary function is to wait for a bad guy to show up and shoot them. Certainly, we already have school resource officers on campus. We already have local police have very detailed plans for protecting the school because that's something that they know has happened in other communities. Luckily, not here in New Hampshire, but it's certainly something I know parents. That's one of their number one concerns. Is will there be a school shooting at the Moheramet School or the Oyster River Middle School, the Oyster River High School in my community, and I think this bill, meets their concerns somewhat less as a fear people have going to school. So that's and there's also, of course, the other provision that allows the school board to allow teachers or other individuals to be armed. They would hopefully they would do that in part of a generalized security plan. I don't think it's helpful to have someone on campus whose only purpose is to wait around for them to shoot them. And also, that's it. Representative Muse.
Thanks for taking my question. Under current New Hampshire law, would police be able to arrest a person who walks into an elementary school carrying an AR-15?
Well, an AR-15 is, and I know it's not an assault rifle. I know AR stands for Armalite, so I know that much about them. But it would apply to any firearm, including certainly a assault rifle. That would be even more frightening than somebody just carrying a regular handgun. So yes, it would cover that, and I think that might be useful if the person hasn't done anything else but show up without permission with the AR-15. That might make it easier to de-escalate the situation and get them off campus. He's asking you under current law, not under if your law were to magically become law.
Under current law, I mean, they would find something else that the person is doing in addition to carrying the AR-15, I'm sure. So that's, I don't think you'd have somebody who's doing absolutely nothing that's alarming or threatening in any way, just has to be carrying the thing that is not an assault.
For the information of the committee, yes, unless the person was carrying a current license to carry a firearm, they would be subject to arrest on school property with AR-15. If they did have a license to carry a firearm, they would legally be able to carry that weapon on school property until such time as the school told them to leave, and then they'd be subject to a trespass order.
Well,
that's fine, but so
That's
you
the current
are-
law.
Yeah, anybody, I think this strengthens the current law, makes it easier, so thanks.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing this bill. The chair calls Shirley Dawson.
Good morning. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. For the record, my name is Shirley Dawson. I am a resident of Plastow, New Hampshire. This bill's not for us. This is just another gun control bill that will place more restrictions on those who already follow laws, our New Hampshire responsible gun owners. In other words, the majority of the people that live here. Criminals don't care about gun laws. They're already planning a crime before they pick up a gun. Policies that restrict lawful self-defense do not stop criminals. They only weaken the freedoms of those who do follow the law. Add to that, New Hampshire has a long and strong tradition of individual responsibility and limited government, hence that live free or die that somebody else referenced. This bill moves us away from that tradition and those values inherent in that tradition. Couple of comments on some things I heard. This bill wants to protect everybody who uses our schools. And my school, the elementary school down the street from where I live, Pollard Elementary, is a very large playground. Children use that playground all summer. They use it after school. So parents who come to sit there and watch their children would not be able to carry a firearm. We've had episodes over the 34 years that I've lived in the town of Plastow. We've had episodes here and there where registered sex offenders have been found hovering around the school after hours. So we're going to leave our children and our parents with no way to defend themselves so that they can use the playground that their tax dollars paid for. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I agree with the commentary about the schools, private schools being able to pay for people to protect their children. I applaud them for doing that. All this does is put a sign on the side of the building that says, "Come here and shoot." Nobody will defend themselves, especially after hours. Please vote this as inexpedient to legislate. It places our children at greater risk with nobody to defend them. The only person who is going to stop a bad guy with a gun is a good guy with a gun. Thank you.
Thank you. Simon Thurber? Simone? Simonita, I'm sorry.
Honorable Chair and members of the committee, good morning. My name is Simonida Thurber. I'm from Exeter, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 1034 relative to the possession of firearms on school property. On April 29, 2014, so almost 12 years ago, a sixth grade student brought a loaded handgun to the Cooperative Middle School in Stratham, New Hampshire. My son was a student at the Cooperative Middle School at that time. My son was also in sixth grade, like that student. My son was in the same homeroom as that student who brought a loaded gun. And if that's not enough, my son was assigned the seat right next to that child. And before homeroom, the child boasted to other students about having brought a grandfather's gun to school. That's a school right here in New Hampshire, down the street from us, in Stratham. So if somebody tells you that these kind of things don't happen in New Hampshire, don't believe them. It's not true. Fortunately, the gun did not discharge that day while it was loosely held in the backpack and being bumped around, and while other students were bumping into that child and into that child's backpack as they were trying to put stuff in their lockers. Unfortunately, students shared their concern with the teachers, and fortunately that day, police was called, responded extremely quickly, came into the school and took possession of the weapon. Fortunately, that day ended without an injury or death. And I feel immeasurably good fortune that nobody, including my son, was hurt that day, just down the street from where we live at his middle school. Also to this day, I cannot fathom how an adult family member, an adult, a grandfather, would leave a loaded handgun available to a 12-year-old child to have access to. I cannot fathom how this grown-up, this gun owner, decided to leave a loaded firearm unsecured, accessible, and unsupervised. Now, most gun owners in New Hampshire are responsible with their firearm, but there are clearly some who are not. And that grandfather's irresponsibility, his poor judgment, his negligence could have resulted in traumatic injury and death that day in one of our middle schools. Now, when someone behaves with such reckless abandon and potentially lethal negligence, that puts many people, including children, at risk. Such persons should not be trusted with a firearm and should definitely, with such poor judgment, not be allowed to bring firearm onto school property. Without a law that makes bringing a firearm onto school property a crime, both school personnel and police will continue to have enormous challenge responding to these kind of difficult situations where lives of students and educators are put at risk. So please send a clear message to the citizens of New Hampshire that bringing a firearm onto school property is forbidden by law. Please help children stay safe, and please help police do their jobs by voting in support of this bill, House Bill 1034. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Raymond Belanger.
Hi, I'm Ray Belanger from Tilton, Hampshire. Again, my son went to Winnisquam High School. They had a resource officer. He was very friendly with the resource officer. Every time I see this resource officer who's retired now, he asks me about my son because he was a good example in the school for kids to get to know police officers and realize that they're not bad people, that they're just like everybody else. And having one in the campus always made me feel good that I knew someone was there to immediately respond, not respond from the police station 4 or 5 miles up the road sometimes in some of these schools. And having a firearm on the school grounds to start with is a great place to start in protecting our children. Allowing teachers who are qualified and willing to carry a firearm would make it even better. The person who sits at the main entrance at Winnisquam now, there's only one way in, and you have to go to the office to get anywhere. One of the school shootings that took place in the country, the first thing the person did was shoot his way through the glass doors and take out the person that was going to go protect the children unarmed. She ended up getting killed because she had no gun. She had no way to protect someone. I think that was the principal in that school. I feel bad for the woman who was here just before me, that her child and she had to go through that experience. But this law would have done nothing to keep a child from getting a hold of an improperly stored firearm, which we'll come back to later in another bill. But this bill here, I am all for. I mean, I'm against this bill because you need to have our children protected in schools. That's all.
Thank you for your testimony. Catherine Slover.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Slover from Portsmouth, representing myself. Please vote ought to pass on HB 1034. New Hampshire does not have a state law prohibiting firearms on school grounds. Only students are prohibited. So a parent can drop his firearm on the playground, lose the clip, have a child pick it up the next morning, and get the clip back from the police station a couple days later. No questions asked. Or a parent can bring a gun to a basketball game or into the school as he or she waits for their child, and the principal can do nothing, no questions asked. These are things that happened here in New Hampshire. And then on Wednesday, April 12th, 2023, a man outside of Portsmouth High School posted a video of himself with a handgun and the text, "I'm gonna shoot up the school." Law enforcement later recovered from his vehicle an AR-15 rifle, a shotgun, camouflage body armor, a handgun holster, a red dot sight, and numerous rounds of ammunition. The FBI special agent in charge said, "The danger posed by this man was very real. He not only threatened to commit a mass shooting at Portsmouth High School, but he had the means to do it." The man was charged with a felony and sentenced to 37 months in prison. Shockingly, when the man threatened PHS, he had legal possession of those firearms on school grounds. My son was in that post. He was sitting in the classroom that was shown in the post. Previous to that, they had a credible threat, and my son was in the exact same classroom when the school had to go into lockdown. He looked out the window and he saw, before he had to hide behind a bookcase, he saw a Portsmouth police officer come into the building. So he knew it was a real threat, but my son felt like, oh good, they're here. That's how quickly Portsmouth police showed up. But my kid was hiding behind a bookcase. And if he had seen somebody who was not identified as a police officer, he would have been scared out of his mind, knowing that someone was coming into the building, even though the intent was to thwart the threat. He wouldn't have known that. And he's hiding behind a bookcase. There's some other things in my testimony, but I'll end with this. A gun-free school zone is effective because it establishes norms by creating a general understanding of who should have guns and who should not. Is the parent at the basketball game an off-duty police officer or a disgruntled ex-spouse or an upset fan or none of the above? We don't know. If someone saw the man in front of PHS with his gun, was he a threat or just someone practicing his Second Amendment right? A gun-free school zone would make it clear that school districts and police departments can enforce gun-free schools. This makes people feel safe, especially in questionable situations, and eliminates confusion and chaos if a heated or dangerous situation arises. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Kimberly Moran.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Moran, representing the Women's Defense League of New Hampshire. This legislation affects all Granite State parents, but it significantly impacts single mothers who choose to protect themselves from ex-abusive partners or stalkers for the act of simply dropping their child off at school. This bill wouldn't allow them to protect themselves. It especially affects those mothers who walk their children to school. I realize they've added a line in the legislation about asking permission from the school board but we don't ask permission to practice our fundamental human right to self-defense in New Hampshire. We got rid of that several years ago. And guess what? We were labeled the safest state in the country in 2025, and New Hampshire is consistently one of the safest states in the country. And given what we've seen from school boards in New Hampshire, can you actually imagine someone asking permission to protect themselves when dropping their kids off? I think not. If someone chooses to get their pistol revolver license, that is their permission slip to carry concealed on school grounds. That was granted by the federal government in the Gun-Free School Zone Act of the 90s. Like all gun control legislation, this bill has nothing to do with safety and everything to do with infringing upon our Second Amendment rights and our ability to protect ourselves from danger. Please vote inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't? Seeing none, I close the hearing. What's next one? I hereby open the public hearing on House Bill 1047 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Good morning, Speaker. John Morton, representative from Manchester, and I'll keep this pretty brief here. It's pretty simple. The analysis, this bill is a capital murder offense, makes it a capital murder offense to knowingly cause the death of a governor, governor-elect, a member or member-elect of the Executive Council, or any member or member-elect of the New Hampshire Senate, House of Representatives, or any candidate for any such offices after such candidate has been nominated at his or her party's primary, when such killing is motivated by knowledge of the foregoing capacity of the victim.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you for introducing your bill.
Excellent, thank you.
Chair calls Barbara Cashin.
Thank you. I know you heard a lot of testimony last week about the death penalty, and a lot of what you heard is deterrence. So the argument before you then is the same as now. This bill doesn't deter anyone who wants to do the unthinkable. But fortunately, as the last woman testified, we live in the safest state in the nation, and that applies to your safety as well. What you had an opportunity to hear that your colleagues will not have the opportunity to is the families of who have actually suffered murder in their family come before you and talk about what would help them through the process and what does not help them through the process. And this bill really invites you to think about yourselves and your family, the people that you love, the people that love you, and to think about what would happen if the unconscionable and the unthinkable did happen, and what would help them find the grace and self-resilience that it would need to
May
get
I-
through the currents.
May I just, and I hate to, I don't ever like to interrupt people testifying, but in my reading of this bill, it doesn't mention a death penalty.
It does not, but it goes hand in hand with 413 that might bring it back.
So, but if you could limit your testimony to this bill.
Okay.
Because if, without that being brought back, the simply capital murder is life in prison without parole.
Correct, that's what it does say. But I couldn't ignore the whole context. And I want to say that you've heard what helps victims get through the current of pain that they get thrown into and what doesn't help them. And think about your own families and what would help them. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair calls Lisa Bodwin. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Scher, you have a question? Of the witness or the chair?
I'm done with the chair.
Wow. You cut me real deep just now, Shrek.
Just a witness,
Uh,
this time.
Will you entertain another question?
You prosecuted, understand that you prosecuted homicide cases and defended homicide cases. If somebody intends to kill anybody on this list, knowing that they have the status of those on this list, would they, regardless of this statute, be charged with first-degree murder?
If so, oh, yes, absolutely.
And the only punishment for first-degree murder is life without parole?
Correct.
Thank you.
And now the chair calls Lisa Bodwin. Again, I would remind any witnesses that death penalty is not in this bill. So we're not going to entertain a long discussion about the death penalty.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I live in Concord. I really appreciate Rep. Scher's comment. Question for Barbara Keshen. HB 1047 is redundant and unnecessary, but beyond that, establishing an implicit hierarchy of human worth, suggesting that the lives of elected officials and candidates merits a different level of protection than the lives of other Granite Staters, is not appropriate. I reject that premise. The New Hampshire Coalition to Abolish the Death Penalty rejects that premise. The justice system here in the United States, and certainly here in New Hampshire, must be grounded in the equal value of every human life. I mentioned this last week. HB 1047 also fails on its own stated rationale of safety. As I said last week, political violence is not committed by rational actors who are weighing potential penalties before acting. They just are not. Most people who kill other people are not rational actors. And research on politically motivated and extremist violence consistently shows that harsher punishments do not deter individuals driven by ideology, grievance, or crisis. Expanding capital murder statutes for this narrow class of victims does not make elected officials safer, nor does it prevent violence. Preventing violence requires front-end prevention that includes culture change and money to properly fund the things that actually prevent violence. Finally, Granite State's judicial system would be unduly burdened with vastly more complex procedures, longer trials, and extended appeals. If we add this in, and it would increase costs, and it would add procedural weight on a system that's already under strain. I urge this committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on HB 1047. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't done so? I hereby close the public hearing. The next public hearing is in 15 minutes. We're caught up, right?
That's my role. I heard nothing. That's my role. He's the only lawyer on this committee. You do it for free. You get paid to do it. I get paid $100. You're making this.
You get paid about $95 after they take the tax out.
Yeah. But then I get the bonus.
Yeah, and for your
Mileage.
yeah, your pins,
I
your,
get my license plate.
plates, exactly.
I am.
You don't. You pay for your license.
Yeah, it was in. $13 in the car.
I want to clear up.
Yeah.
I know you're trying to make it.
Yeah.
And I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. This won't be long because I have a committee going on in the other room that I'm chairman of, so I've got to get back to that one. And you've seen this bill multiple times. We've actually passed the House 5 times with this. We're still working on trying to get it through the other body. We get closer and closer all the time, but it is still the ongoing position of the House that this ought to be repealed. And so with that, I will take any questions you might have.
Do you have any indication that this time it may perhaps go further?
We have a better majority in the Senate.
All righty. Thank you. No further questions. Thank you. The chair calls Trooper Matt Amatucci. Sorry, Captain, you didn't put your rank there, so I defaulted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Matt Amatucci with the New Hampshire State Police. We are neutral on this bill. I just wanted to provide a couple of comments and then take any questions that you may have. These items can turn a fistfight into a life or death situation and can turn a minor altercation into potentially fatal encounter. Fights, such as in clubs or elsewhere, could lead to aggravated assaults or negligent homicide incidents. More regulated or less lethal alternatives like pepper spray or stun guns exist without the high risk of fatal or serious bodily injury. Those alternatives are easier to control the amount of force that is used. So with that, if you have any questions.
Thank you. I have a question. Is it possible for someone punching someone with metallic knuckles to break an orbital socket?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Do you still have a question, Representative Muse?
Have you, in your experience as a law enforcement officer, have you ever personally seen the injuries from some of these objects in question?
Thank you for the question. I've seen the metallic knuckles themselves. I don't recall a specific incident in which I investigated a fight involving metallic knuckles or other items that are listed here.
Thank you.
Have you seen anyone struck with a blunt object?
Thank you for the question. Yes. It's the manner in which it's intended to be used. These items here are clearly intended to inflict bodily injury. There are other items, baseball bats, pipes, that aren't necessarily weapons, but the manner which they are used have resulted in serious bodily injury and death.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. No, what? Oh, sorry, sir. Did you fill out a card? Okay. Yeah, we need a pink, one of those pink cards, but you can fill it out after your testimony if you want and just hand it in. We'd appreciate it. Yeah.
My name is Robert Lawless. I live in Pembroke. And this week I took a look at what was going on here at the State House, and I saw this bill up again. I don't quite understand what the purpose of it is, why anybody thinks it's a good idea to have brass knuckles and blackjacks and slungshots. In terms of hurting somebody, and I think Officer Matucci made a very good point. I didn't see anything about whether, specific types of brass knuckles, but I sure wouldn't want to get hit with one of those. And whether you're a physician or not, you can tell that's going to cause a lot of injury. I think the other question would be, what are these going to be used for? As an intimidation tool? If they are, if someone pulled out some of these on me, would I be in the right to pull out my handgun and shoot them? Is that good for public safety? Probably not. I have both friends and family who are police officers, and to a man, they agree this bill is moronic. It's just stupid. Why are you putting it forward? I don't know. I can only think of two things. It's in the interest of criminals. Is it in the interest of criminals to have these kind of tools easily available? Should we have, you think kids aren't going to get a hold of these, 17-year-olds, 16-year-olds? I don't think they're going to keep, some of them are going to keep them in their pockets. Instead of a fist fight, sure, someone's going to end up maimed. What's the point? Certainly isn't going to balance the budget with the increased taxes we get from sales down in Hampton Beach for these things, right? So what's the benefit? Whose interest is this bill in? It's not in the public's interest. This is public safety. This certainly isn't improving public safety, is it? Is it? Anyone want to answer that? It's too bad we can't get answers. All right, I really don't have anything else to say. I'd like to finish and reiterate the common sense take on this, that this is idiotic legislation. And all the sponsors ought to all be ashamed. 4 out of 9 of them have been arrested. I've never been arrested. But 4 out of the 9 sponsors, so maybe this is in the interest of criminals. I don't know. That's all I have to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. Next hearing is in 25 minutes. and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Representative David Muse. I represent Portsmouth, Newington, and Newcastle. Something that always continues to shock me, no matter how many times I hear it, is that firearms have now become the leading cause of death among children in the United States, children and teens between the ages of 1 and 19 years old. It's not cancer, it's not the flu, it's not car accidents. Number one on the list belongs to firearms and has belonged to firearms for the last several years. So who exactly were these kids and what did they have in common other than the cause of their death? One recent study using data from the CDC's National Violent Death Reporting System found that the majority of victims, about 81%, were male. About half of these kids were white, non-Hispanic, and 40% were black non-Hispanic. 41% were children between the ages of 2 and 4. Overall, about 64% of these incidents occurred at the victim's residence, although it's worth noting that 18% of the fatalities among children ages 10 to 14 occurred at the residence of a friend of the victim. More than half, about 57% of unintentional firearms fatalities in this study were self-inflicted. Among self-inflicted unintentional firearms deaths, the average age of the victims was 5.9 years old, so not even 6 years old. In the younger than 5-year age group, 80% of the injuries were self-inflicted, compared with 43% in the age 5 to 9-year-old category, and 36% were in the age group of ages 10 to 14. In about 50% of the cases where the gun was fired by another child, that child was most commonly the victim's brother. And that is a hard thing to imagine, especially a hard thing for a child. The saddest thing about these deaths is that every single one of them could have been prevented. In New Hampshire, we currently have no statute that requires firearms to be safely stored in homes where children are present. What we do have is a weak child firearms negligence law that results in a $1,000 maximum penalty, but only if the child uses the firearm to shoot somebody else or to commit a crime or displays it recklessly. This bill would change that. First, it would prohibit gun owners from storing their weapons in an unsecured manner at any location in the home where they should reasonably know the gun could be accessed by a child. Secondly, the bill clearly defines what constitutes safe storage and what constitutes unlawful storage. Third, the bill creates a violation level penalty for unlawful storage of a firearm that can be imposed independently or in conjunction with our current firearms storage negligence law. Fourth, HB 1049 would finally put some beef into New Hampshire's firearm storage negligence law by doing several things. It expands the scope of the law to cover unattended firearms that are unloaded but where unsecured ammunition is also available to the child. Our current law only addresses loaded weapons. It also broadens the circumstances constituting an offense. Currently, a gun owner who allows a child to gain access to an unsecured weapon is only charged if the child uses the gun in a reckless manner, uses it in commission of a crime, or negligently or recklessly discharges it. Under this bill, a child displaying a firearm to others would also constitute an offense. Additionally, an offense would take place if the child brings the weapon onto the grounds of any facility, public or private, accessible to members of the public where other people are present. The bill also toughens penalties for an offense. Instead of a violation and a maximum $1,000 fine, a negligent gun owner could be charged with an unclassified misdemeanor. And if the child discharges the weapon, resulting in injury or death of the child or another person, the penalty is elevated to a Class B misdemeanor. The penalty would increase to a Class A misdemeanor if the child uses the weapon in a way that results in the injury or death of the child or of another person. Finally, HB 1049 requires firearms sold or transferred commercially or privately to be accompanied by a locking safety device specifically designed and manufactured for the purpose of allowing the owner to temporarily disable or safely store the firearm. As for what the bill doesn't do, it doesn't restrict any adult's access to firearms. It doesn't penalize gun owners who are responsible. But what it would do is offer additional protection for New Hampshire children and save gun-owning parents, relatives, and neighbors from the horror and the liability that's a risk whenever an unsecured firearm falls into the hands of a child. In a state where guns are part of our culture, responsibility in protecting our kids from the very real danger that unsecured firearms can present must also be part of our culture. And this bill would make it a stronger part of our law. There are few tragedies greater than the unintentional or negligent death or injury of a child as a result of a firearm being left unattended. While this bill won't end those tragedies, it will reduce the risk of them happening. As the president of the New Hampshire chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics told us in testimony that she sent us this morning via email, education is not enough. The most effective and evidence-based way to prevent accidental firearm injuries in children is secure storage. We need to make children aware of the danger, but it's up to adults to take responsibility for making sure that the unthinkable doesn't happen in our state. And I'm happy to answer your questions.
Seeing none, thank you. Oh,
That's okay.
Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Can you tell me, I know you shared some data, if New Hampshire keeps any kind of statistics regarding firearms injuries in children in a centralized way?
Thank you for the question. A few years ago, I actually filed a bill with the intent of trying to get that information. And what I was told at the time is that all of the statistics regarding incidents with firearms in children are kept by individual law enforcement agencies. So there is no centralized collection of this data or information. Another thing that can impede the collection and publication of that data is the fact that we are talking about minors. So what tends to happen is we tend to hear about the worst incidents which make it into the news, but because minors are involved, they tend not to stay in the news.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair calls Shirley Dawson.
Hello again. For the record, again, my name is Shirley Dawson. I'm a resident of Plastow, New Hampshire. And I don't think this bill is for us either. It's redundant, intrusive, it's unnecessary, and it's a violation of our constitutional rights. We already have the state criminal code, chapter 650C, section 650C1. This bill would be a gross intrusion into the private homes of law-abiding New Hampshire residents. We have the constitutional right to privacy in our homes. This bill would take that away. It also offers little evidence of any meaningful public benefit. We're going to require people to have XYZ storage. But how are we going to determine if they're complying or not? Are we going to knock on their doors and say, just checking? It's a good thought. People should store their firearms safely. Period. Okay, fine. We have something already on the books. This would place even more of a burden on a lawful gun owner while failing to address the actual problem or the cause of the perceived potential harm. And yes, I understand, yes, children should not have access to guns. That sixth grader in a bill a couple of times ago should not have had access. Shame on the parent for not protecting their child. But this law isn't going to address that because who's going to go in the homes? There's no way to enforce anything that you're making. And this bill's not aligned with who we are in New Hampshire. Again, live free or die state, and seeks to move us toward a path of making us into something we've never been. I moved here in 1987 from Massachusetts. Yeah, I don't want New Hampshire masked up. Let's keep us the way we are. We can find other ways to address this situation with education and with outreach to people, and there are a great many other ways that we can do this. A law that is ineffective isn't going to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Simonetta Thurber.
Thank you and good afternoon, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for hearing me again. My name is Simonetta Thurber. I'm from Exeter, and I'm testifying in support of House Bill 1049 relative to storage requirements for firearms. You've all heard me talk about the sixth grader who brought the gun at the cooperative middle school only an hour ago. I talked about it, and my son sat next to that boy in the homeroom. Fortunately, the boy did not use the gun, and fortunately, nobody was hurt while the gun was loose in the backpack and being bumped around. Later that day, on April 29, 2014, parents received an email from the school, and that email is attached as a second page in my testimony. In that email, the email stated that, in quotes, a child made a bad choice, close quotes, and that the child brought a gun to school to, in quotes, show a classmate that he had easy access to weapons, close quotes. And that child was consequently punished by being suspended and transferred to a different school where he had to finish sixth grade. At the same time, the adult family member, the grandfather, who left his loaded gun unsecured, unsupervised, and accessible to this child, was, to the best of my knowledge, not punished at all. Inexplicably, the adult family member who behaved negligently, who neglected his responsibility as a grown-up and as a gun owner, faced no meaningful consequence. So one of the saddest things and mind-boggling things of this event was that on this terrifying day, that the child was the one who was blamed and punished from bringing a loaded gun to school, and not the adult. I often volunteer with a nonpartisan organization called Be Smart, whose duty is to educate grown-ups about safe gun storage in order to protect children's lives. I often speak to the families, and most families are very responsible and already have their guns locked away apart from ammunition, which is locked away separately. And children don't know where any of these components are. However, I often enough encounter families who say, oh yeah, no, we know all about it, we're all set. And then I said, oh, so you have your guns locked and put away from ammunition? And they would say, well, no, but, and then they would turn to their children and say, so tell this lady, what do we do with our guns? How do we keep them safe? And the children would say, oh yeah, we keep them away on top of the refrigerator. So not only do the kids know where the guns are, but they're also easily accessible to children in the family, to their friends who come over, and so forth. So please save lives of children by supporting this bill. This bill would require firearms to be securely stored. This bill would make it much harder for minor children to have unauthorized access to guns. and support this bill to prevent tragic accidents by requiring a locking safety device on firearms during all private and commercial firearms transactions. And I don't believe that this bill presents a burden for gun owners. In fact, because this bill would save lives, that alone should be an incentive that responsible gun owners lock their guns, not being worried whether somebody will go into their house and check whether they have it, but just out of their moral obligation that they would keep their guns locked. So this bill will encourage, I believe, gun owners to behave even more responsibly by expanding the criminal penalties for the negligent storage of firearms. So thank you for voting in support of House Bill 1049.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Ray Belanger.
Ray Belanger, Tilton, New Hampshire. You may recognize me as having come here the last few years, always against any gun bills. But this one, and I'm usually don't like his bills at all, but I have a granddaughter, and since she's been around, I've always made sure that any firearms I have in my house are locked up when they're coming. And this bill would not stop me from staging something when I know she's not coming. She lives in Florida now, so that's not an issue. So it wouldn't really affect me at all for having to keep my gun locked up. But for the people who should be locking their guns up because they have children around, one of the things that bothers me about these kind of bills is that it tells you you have to keep the gun unloaded away from its ammunition. If you're going to allow this parent to own a gun, to be able to protect his family, as long as they're keeping it in a locked case, there's no reason for it to be unloaded, because if someone kicks down their door, an estranged husband or boyfriend that wants to come do them harm, they ought to be able to use the thumb reader or something on a gun case they have locked up to pull out a gun that's ready to use to defend themselves. Storing a gun locked without ammunition in it, you might as well have no gun at all, because you couldn't get it loaded in time. And so I'm willing to make that concession that parents who have firearms in the house have to keep them locked. But it shouldn't have to be unloaded, because if they can't get at the gun, they can't fire it. If you spend the money on a good safe and you don't keep a key on a keychain that unlocks that safe in the bedroom drawer so that you could unlock it, because the kids will see where you keep the safe. They'll see where you keep just like the gun on the refrigerator. They'll see where you keep the spare key for that safe. As long as people know the correct way to do things. And that's something that's missing, is education in this state. And I don't know how you can get around that unless you could start the Eddie Eagle programs back up in schools and invite parents to go to those sessions so that they understand what's going on. You could solve a lot of these problems. Schools the Eddie Eagle program got such a bad rep from all of the people saying, oh, we don't want people teaching our kids about firearms. Those classes were never about that. Those were about teaching those children about safety and their parents about safety. I think that should be brought back, along with something like safe storage for parents who have children that might get into them. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you believe that we introduced a bill for the last 2 years to reintroduce firearm safety into our schools? Take that as a yes. The chair calls Kathleen Slover.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Slover from Portsmouth, representing myself. Please vote ought to pass on HB 1049. I too participated in a program called Be Smart, which stands for Secure Firearms, Model Safe Behavior, Ask About Firearms in the Home, Recognize the Role of Firearms in Suicide, and Tell Others. We present to parent groups, PTAs in schools. We work with law enforcement to spread the word. For years, I have tabled at community events like National Night Out and farmers markets. Many times, gun owners come to the table and we discuss the M, modeling safe and secure practices. And I really enjoy this part of my work because there are a lot of responsible gun owners in New Hampshire, and we give great conversations. They give us great tips and tricks, and it gives me hope, and it makes me feel good. But what surprises me about these conversations is that most don't know that firearm injury is the leading cause of death among U.S. children and adolescents. And I think that's because it's an echo chamber kind of statistic. I think when the gun owners come to our table, there's an assumption that all gun owners are responsible and safe because they are, and that's great, but they're not. And why we know this is because of the statistics. Approximately 1/2 of unintentional firearm injury deaths among children and adolescents occurred at their home, playing with or showing the firearm to another person. Overall, firearms used in unintentional injury deaths were often stored both loaded and unlocked and were commonly accessed from nightstands and other sleeping areas. And I gave, it's a CDC report from 2023. You can look at that. There were other people that I've met while tabling, like a mother who came to the table for a gun lock. She was holding a baby with a 3-year-old hanging by her side, and she said her ex-boyfriend left his gun and hadn't come back for it yet. She had never used a gun lock and admitted to me that she had never even touched the gun itself. I encouraged her to call her local PD. It was at a National Night Out event, so I could direct her right over there, and ask them to pick the gun up, store it for her ex-boyfriend until he was ready to pick it up. And I don't even know if that advice was legal. I didn't care. I didn't want her touching the gun because what else was she supposed to do? Where could she go? And then there's the parent. I've had many of these who say the kids don't know where the guns are, only to have the kids say exactly where the guns are: in the basement, under the bed, in a box, above the fridge was another one. Sadly, the last National Night Out I did, I was closing up the table. And I knew that there was a woman kind of hovering around the table, and she finally came and spoke to me. And she was a grandmother who had a grandson who died by firearm, simply because he found the gun and he played with it. I remember she thanked me so much for what I was doing, but I felt terrible because I knew by the statistics I wasn't doing enough. Responsible gun ownership and secure, safe storage is an adult responsibility. And if gun owners act irresponsible and a child possesses the gun owner should be held accountable to the injury, death, and trauma their firearms inflict. There are many programs. Be Smart is one of them, but there's so many out there that spread the message of secure storage, and many more courses and resources for firearm safety and training. Sig Sauer has specific ones that we direct people to. All these courses and programs encourage firearm owners to securely store their firearms, but it is your job to hold firearm owners accountable. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who wasn't done so? That's okay. Come on up, Kim. You okay?
Alessandra's hiding it on me. I know, I'm joking. Oops, I'm Kimberly Moore, and I'm representing the Women's Defense League of New Hampshire. Negligent storage of firearms is already existing law within New Hampshire. We've already talked about that. This is seeking to increase penalties on this bill. I just want to, sorry, I'm too short to reach it. The CDC report that people keep talking about they include 18 and 19-year-olds who are considered legally adults. 17 and under, the number one cause of death is accidental deaths, not from firearms, but accidental deaths. It has nothing to do with firearms. So we should just make that clear about facts. This year, we've noticed that a lot of what the gun control crowd is talking about are suicides. And I've said this in a Senate hearing, if they truly care about suicides, they wouldn't continue to discriminatorily target gun owners, and they'd work on actual mental health issues that would help all Granite Staters who may be thinking about committing suicide, especially our youth. Suicides are not only committed using a firearm. The issue isn't the object, it's the mental health needs that need to be addressed. That's the real problem that a person is facing who may be contemplating committing suicide. Imagine a scenario where you have two families who lose a child to suicide. One child uses a rope and one uses a firearm. Both children die, and both families grieve the most horrific tragedy to occur in their lifetimes. Both families wonder what they could have done to get their child the mental health help they needed. One family now has to worry about being charged with a misdemeanor and deal with courts on top of dealing with the horror of losing their child. This bill is unnecessary and does nothing to help provide the mental health resources a suicidal child may actually need. It only further victimizes a family simply because they're gun owners. We need to focus on mental health issues more importantly than continuing to push discriminatory bills against gun owners. Please vote inexpedient to legislate on this bill.
Thank you. You mentioned that CDC study. Do you know, does it break out the number that are killed in gang violence versus just otherwise?
There is, now it's too close, sorry. I actually can send you that information because I did do the research myself and broke out by gang violence. That's like 15 to 19-year-olds. Unfortunately, there's also 12 and 13-year-olds that are killed by gang violence. That's a big percentage of it. When you break it out, like I said, 17 and under, it's accidents. When you include the adults, then it talks about firearms, and a big percentage are gangs. And I can send that to you if you want.
I'd appreciate it if you have it. Thank
Yes, I do.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't testified? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. What's the next hearing? Well, what is it? Okay, so that's the one I'm going to do at lunch break. We're going to open it and then. How many cards do we have for it? People that are here for it. Well, that's going to be the problem with every bill, isn't it? Do which one? This one and then take a break? Linda's getting hangry. And we got more.
I think you did. Well, I'm defending my chair. I have the utmost respect for the chair.
So do I, but, if you did close the hearing.
But I did. And I'm now opening the public hearing on House Bill 1051, and I invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you. For the record, I am Representative Erica Leon, representing the town of Derry, which is Rockingham 13, and I'm here to introduce House Bill 1051 to this committee. This bill came because there are challenges with speech language pathologists and others who are working with students and in our schools with having portability of their background checks so that they can actually serve students throughout the state. There are other states that already have models on how to do this, and we already do this with school bus drivers. I am the avenue for this bill, not the expert, so there are people behind me that will be able to speak, but I will volunteer to serve on this commission so that a true solution can be found so a bill can be introduced next year. It is complex enough that I do believe that it is worth a commission, and so I'm happy to answer any questions.
How close do you think they are to actually coming to a bill? Because since we already have a model and we're doing this with other professions, I'm wondering, they must be close.
Thank you. I would ask them if they're able to have language that we can put forward this year. I'd be fine to amend it, but I think that they need more time to get all of the stakeholders in the room and really make sure that they do this the right way. Because there is the discussion about, do we follow Maine and do their process? Do we just follow the school bus drivers? And quite frankly, I'd actually expected this bill to come to my committee, executive departments and administration, because we're constantly dealing with background checks where the requirements for the FBI are changing. And it's a huge problem to sort of chase our tail to make sure that what we do is accepted by the federal government. And that's why I believe that trying to get them to also weigh in and make sure that what we're doing will actually be approved on their end is worth the time to sit everybody down and get the stakeholders in a room.
So you feel that without a commission, they won't get together and do it on their own?
I think that when we're trying to ensure that the federal government will be okay with what we do, it's going to be a lot stronger doing this with a commission than doing it on an ad hoc basis.
Okay, thank you. And I only ask because somebody who sits very high doesn't like commissions, so I just want to make sure.
Absolutely. And with this, I assume that if there's a member of the other party who wants to serve on the commission with me, if we're able to already have those names in hand, it's a little easier to start a commission.
Very good. Thank you very much for introducing this bill.
Thank you.
Who's next? The chair calls Ray Belanger.
Hi, Ray Belanger, Tilton. I've been listening about databases for years and have always been against a database. And I'm not quite sure what this commission is going to study. Are they planning on having a database of every person who purchases a firearm and have them fingerprinted? Because I would be totally against that. I have no reason for anyone to have a standing database.
Sure, I don't think this is about firearms. This is about employment background checks, I think.
And keeping, well, all right, as long as it's not about firearms, because it seemed like it would be. If it's not, then never mind.
Your concerns are noted.
Thank you.
Chair calls Chris Dunstan.
Good afternoon. Yeah, great. Thank you. Chris Dunstan. I am an occupational therapist. I am the president of the New Hampshire Occupational Therapy Association, and I am the owner of a small 20-clinician practice that provides school-based therapy throughout the state. I'm not here to speak on the merits of what the commission might create, but to give you a clear perspective of the impact it has on my staff in particular and other school-based clinicians across the state. My one example is this. In one of the locations where I work, I provide physical therapy services to a residential school. Students are placed from around the state in this school, and our services are to provide the PT services at that location. Anytime there's a new student placed at this facility, not only do we have to create a new contract with that school district for my clinician, who's been there for years, to start services, but they also have to get fingerprinted. And oftentimes what happens is the school districts themselves have policy that are state driven requiring them to get fingerprinted again and again. So my clinician has had 2, 3, 4 fingerprints every year. Sometimes it slows down the process. Most challenging is some districts require the clinician to go to the district that's sending the student in order to get their fingerprinting done. So though I'm from a more northern district, northern area, regardless of that, they still have to go to the sending school district's location for fingerprinting. So I'm here in support of the process to streamline the fingerprinting, not only for my staff, but for all school-based clinicians, related services, which provide OT, speech, physical therapy, potentially even nursing. Thank you.
Thank you. If you don't mind entertaining a question or two. To help me understand this, so your business has a number of clinicians and you service a number of different schools.
Correct.
Each school that calls your commission or your business that says, hey, we'd like your services, requires the employee to get a fingerprinted, even though they may have just been fingerprinted by another school that they work at, and so on and so forth throughout the year.
Correct.
And okay, I think I got it now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Wendy Librand.
Hi, I'm Wendy Librand. I'm a speech language pathologist. I'm representing the New Hampshire Speech Language Hearing Association. I'm the current president. I also I also work for Boothby Therapy Services, and much like Chris, we are a contracting agency in the state of New Hampshire that sends clinicians all around the state. I'm also fingerprinted many times in New Hampshire myself, and once in Maine. And so the impetus behind the introduction of this bill and the commission to study it is to figure out if there is a simplified way for people to be fingerprinted and have a criminal record history check that's statewide to ensure the safety of kids. I work very closely with a therapist that works for Boothby, and she has been fingerprinted in New Hampshire over 70 times. She's the same person the whole time.
Over how long a period?
Over the last 10 years, 70 different times, because she's an AAC specialist. And those students are the neediest students in the state. And yes, we want to keep everyone safe. We do. It's not about shortcuts. It's about when they call you and they need an AAC evaluation, oftentimes there's a very long delay between when can I get the fingerprinting appointment. For example, sometimes she'll go to the live scan location and she has 6 appointments in a row for fingerprints for 6 different districts. It delays things for kids, and there's got to be a better way. Maine does use Identigo, and the way that they do it is you're fingerprinted. If you're out of state, you mail it in. Identico is the company that Maine uses, and your records are kept on file for 5 years. And then you get a identification called an MEIS, and it sends it inside of the state of Maine. Anyone that needs to can look and see if you are cleared to work with students. So there's several different aspects of this that New Hampshire could improve, and we don't have to do it Maine's way. There is a current way that bus drivers use a statewide fingerprinting system called RSA 189.13b. So perhaps we could look to that to see, could related services working in schools be included in that system. This affects not only speech language pathologists, but also physical therapists who the PT Association of New Hampshire is in support of this as well. It also affects OTs, as Chris mentioned, and any other related service professional or professional working in a school who may be there on an itinerant basis. School psychologists, counselors, people that might not have a full-time job in one location, TODs, which are teachers of the deaf, TVI, which is teachers of the visually impaired, people with that very specialized skill set students are in need of, but a district doesn't need typically a full-time teacher of the visually impaired, for example, because you don't have enough students with visual impairments to qualify you needing a full-time person. Thank you.
Representative Prue.
So, two questions kind of in one. What's the time frame to get an appointment to get your fingerprints? And what's the time frame for them to come back with your records?
In New Hampshire currently?
Yes.
So it depends. As Chris mentioned, there's some districts that require you to go to that district's police department. For example, Hollis Brookline requires you to go to the police department in Hollis. So if that's the case, what you do is you meet with them, and then you go to the police department and wait, and typically it's the same day. If you need a live scan appointment, then you make an appointment online. And depending on the time of year, so school is cyclical. If you're trying to do this in August, you can have a really hard time getting an appointment, and people might drive over an hour to the live scan location that has the soonest appointment. And then in August, it would take probably about six to 8 weeks for the results to be returned. Now, if you tried to do it, because it's mid-year and people are kind of in their placements, you would probably be able to get a live scan appointment this week. You may have to drive to do that, and then the results would probably be back in 2 to 4 weeks.
Still quite a bit of time. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
See no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, I looked right at you and I didn't see it.
I didn't see it either.
It's something just kind of wondering about is how it seems like folks have a pretty good understanding of the problem. What are some of the sticking areas though? Why haven't folks been able to get together to agree on a bill? Are there different priorities or different emphases or different ways to do it? I'm trying to get my head around it.
Well, that's a good question. So I've lived in New Hampshire since 2020. I am the current president of NISHLA. I've lived in other states and been involved with state organizations, Massachusetts and North Carolina. And I'm not involved with the state organization of Maine, but I am fingerprinted in Maine. I think that several things are in play, and these are my opinion. I haven't done thorough research as to why we are here today with the problem, but I think that in New Hampshire, wonderfully, there's an emphasis on local control. And part of that history of local control has led to local control of fingerprinting. And as the other piece of that is, historically, many of the people that are itinerant providers in schools, maybe the school districts were small enough, or the population of children there didn't need the level of services they do now. And so you've got, this part is definitely true. Over the years, you've got more complex students being saved at birth, various things. And so there's a rise in very complex communicators, for example, people using AAC devices, people similar to Stephen Hawking kind of students. There's a higher incidence than there historically has been because of medical advances. And so that leads you to need more AAC specialist time than you used to, even in very small communities. And so then you need more fingerprinting. As far as, is there a better way? I mean, there is. I mean, Maine has a system where you're fingerprinted. It's good for 5 years. Anyone can look at it in the whole state. if you go to work for that district, they look you up. They see if you've been cleared for and your licensure all in one place. And they know that you've done your criminal record history check for Maine, for the state of Maine. Apparently, New Hampshire has this same kind of system for bus drivers,
Right.
which would be great if we could be included in that, because what we want in the end is we want student safety, which is paramount. We want to make sure that the people that are coming to schools are, cleared to work with kids. I mean, I have kids. I'm sure many of you have kids. We don't want to introduce anyone into a school system that isn't, record checked to be working with children. But what we do also want to do is to make it more manageable to get the help the school districts need in a timely fashion. Having someone fingerprinted 70 times is not helpful.
So I'll follow up. One of the things that just sort of strikes me that the commission might do is try to alleviate some of that tension between the fact that this is a process that has always been controlled locally in New Hampshire, and maybe try to show people the advantages of a more centralized system, maybe from a speed, efficiency, and cost standpoint, while keeping the kids safe. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah. Yes, I believe so.
Thank you.
One more question.
Okay.
If you know, about how many people are we talking about in your profession, and how many other professions would this impact, do you think? And if you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know.
I don't know the exact number.
Just a ballpark-ish.
In the state of New Hampshire?
Few hundred?
I would say it's probably in the thousands.
Really?
Because it's not just speech language pathologists and it's not just AAC specialists. That's the example I gave.
Mhm.
But it's also, for example, school psychologists who are bilingual, that are doing bilingual evaluations. Well, a school district usually needs one Spanish language evaluation. They don't need, some districts are different, but it's very small districts. And so there's that group of people. There's bilingual speech pathologists, there's OTs, there's PTs, there's teachers of the deaf, there's occupational orientation and mobility specialists, there's teachers of the visually impaired, there's licensed nurses.
So all those people that you're listing, and probably many more we can't think of, they are all licensed, though, with the state of New Hampshire. Is that correct?
Yes, they have
Okay.
license. They have
So-
licensure through the state of New Hampshire, and they're all fingerprinted for that.
Right. So a bill that said, for example, all people who interact with children pursuant to whatever the statute who hold a valid license in New Hampshire may be fingerprinted through XYZ would cover it broadly enough without having to go through each and every single.
If we had a statewide system, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that would also, we haven't talked about teachers, but there are teachers that might work, say they work half-time in one district and half-time in another district because they're reading specialists, or they're special ed teachers and they're working with 20 hours a week with one kid in one district, and then they've got, 10 hours a week with a different kid in a neighboring district. I mean, there are instances where those people would have to be fingerprinted twice, say.
That makes no sense. And who pays for these, if you haven't already said?
The individual, or if they're working for a company, then the company.
Okay, so your company picks up, for example, that person you said 70 times.
We have paid for her to do that 70 times.
How much is it each time, if you know?
I think right now it's $48.25. It changes.
3,005. Yeah, that adds up.
I mean,
pretty
it
quick.
hasn't been that the whole time.
So if we said a couple $1,000s, we'd still be safe.
Yes.
Yeah.
For that one person.
For that one person. Thank you very much. Oh, one more question. Representative Lassell.
Thank you for taking my question. If I understand you right, once a person applies or starts the process, it can take a month or longer to get the results and be okayed.
That's true.
Now, what happens to that student who's in need of those services for that month?
They're waiting. They're waiting because the person hasn't been cleared to work with them. And if we go, I'm not trying to belabor it, but I'm an AAC specialist by background myself. So if a student, say a district receives a student that is a non-speaking individual, and they're, I don't know, in second grade, and the student moves into their district, and then the school's like, oh, well, we don't exactly know what to do, so we would like an AAC specialist to come and evaluate the student. The AAC specialist would then be fingerprinted, and then you would wait maybe 4 to 6 weeks for the results to be returned before the AAC specialist could go out and see the student. And so that's a month on a good day where that child is without an evaluation or a way to communicate beyond. I'm sure they have behaviors that are allowing them to communicate, but it delays the services to kids that kids need, that teams have identified that they need. The adults in their lives, the parents, the teachers.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Quick follow-up.
Seems to me that that would be just wasted time.
It is often.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks. Thank you all for your time.
You're welcome. Anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't seen it? Did you turn in a card? Well, then grab a late pink card and come on up and testify.
One right on the desk.
Yeah, there's one on the desk, ma'am. Right there. Just fill it out when you're done talking. You can go ahead and testify and just turn that in when you're done, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for everyone for allowing me to speak. My name is Tracy Adams. I am a physical therapist here in New Hampshire. I'm also the new president for the New Hampshire APTA. So I came from another hearing earlier, but I wanted to have the opportunity to just to say that physical therapy, APTA New Hampshire, is also in support of this bill, along with the occupational therapists and speech therapists. I have been a therapist in many different settings, but the setting that we're talking about is not one of them. So I'm afraid I can't answer any detailed questions today, but I do want to say that for our physical therapists who do work in the school system, they very much are in support of what you're doing here today.
Thank you very much. Questions? It's the Association of Physical Therapists.
I'm sorry, American Physical Therapy Association.
Seeing no further questions.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Close the public hearing. Much time to the next one? 7 minutes. Actually, lunch. The next hearing starts at. We're going to take a 45-minute lunch break, and everyone who's here for the 1 o'clock bill, we will begin it at 1:45.
Yeah, we get to eat. Yay.
For everyone's information, I'm going to do a subcommittee on the bill we just heard, and I'm going to appoint Representative Murphy, Representative Paquette, Representative Murray, and Representative Prue. Hereby open the the public hearing on House Bill 1058 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I have provided you with two pieces of paper today. One is a committee amendment I'm recommending to this bill, House Bill 1058, and the other is a very similar amendment to House Bill 1046. The House Bill 1046 Amendment 0131H was execed out of committee upstairs this morning with OTPA recommendation. And the reason I give you that one alongside of HB 1058 is that the two bills are fairly similar. One addresses, 1056 addresses snowmobiles, 1058 is addressing OHRVs. And I think, first of all, this bill, to give you the context on the whys and the wherefores, it's addressing current law as it applies to long guns and similar shoulder-fired firearms, including lawfully owned SBRs, when used by sportsmen and landowners on private property with permission. Under existing law, a person may not carry a loaded long arm while operating certain recreational vehicles, even when they're entirely on private land acting lawfully, and simply moving across their own property or property where they have permission to be. And that restriction that's in law today doesn't arise from misuse, danger, or criminal conduct. So this bill corrects that anomaly. It doesn't change who can possess the firearm. It doesn't affect public trails or corridors. It doesn't alter hunting seasons or methods or discharge laws. All it does is recognize that on private land where the operator has permission to be, the law should not arbitrarily prohibit the safe carriage of a lawful long arm simply because the means of travel happens to be an OHRV. For many sportsmen and landowners in New Hampshire, these vehicles are routine transportation. They're how remote property is accessed safely and efficiently, and prohibiting the lawful carriage of a loaded long arm in that context does nothing to improve safety, but it does burden lawful conduct and complicate compliance for people who are otherwise already following the law. We have a strong tradition of trusting responsible firearms owners, and we clearly distinguish between misuse and mere possession, and so this bill would stay squarely within that tradition, and it's carefully limited to private property with permission. With regard to the reason for the amendment itself, there are two things that the amendment does. The first is that it removes the final sentence in the original that starts to touch on the definition of loaded. And as you've heard from me before, I am not looking to change at all the uniform definition of loaded in RSA 2071. So that is addressed by the amendment. And the second thing is that 20772, which is the first half of the amendment, I've added in the nothing in this paragraph shall be construed clause, which that particular clause is identical to the one that was recommended OTPA out of RR&D for HB 1046. And the reason for that is that it doesn't matter which of them may pass the House first, get signed into law first. One or other or both can be signed, but that sentence in that paragraph will still stand in a way that is workable. So with that said, Mr. Chairman, I don't want to take any more of your committee's time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. I have a question. I'm reading the amended starting on line 18. The part that gives me question, it says, provided that such permission does not arise solely by way of a public right-of-way, public trail designated OHRV trail corridor. So that means that if someone has permission from a landowner to drive, they carry their firearm loaded, if they're going on a kind of a long trail and they cross over, how would they know where one property line ends and one begins?
Yes. No, I very much appreciate the question. I would say a couple of things. First and foremost, the reason for that language and the reason for limiting the application of this in that way is to address concerns that would otherwise arise from Fish and Game. Now, I'm not saying Fish and Game are about to sit down here and say they support the bill. I believe that the Commission has told them that they are in opposition to the bill, and therefore that's probably the testimony you will hear. However, I do think that there is an understandable reason for them to want to have additional controls on the public trails than they might on private property, and that's what they testified in HB 1046. And so, to answer your question specifically, I think first of all, if somebody is, for example, coming on your property at your behest to deliver a package or to work on your barn or whatever, that's implied permission. If you have given somebody a license to go hunt on your property or to go play with their OHV on the property, that's express permission. If they're just on the property because of that trail, it does not apply. If they're in both situations, if they're somebody that you've given express permission to and they happen to be on that trail, then they're going to be able to evidence that to the conservation officer when they are challenged. On the other hand, if they're just saying, well, you know what, I'm a UPS driver, I've come on this property before, but right now I'm driving my OHRV down a public trail, I think we know, Mr. Chairman, that it would not apply in that case.
Okay, so I'm just thinking, if I have a trail that begins on my property and it goes 30 miles.
Yeah.
And it goes through various properties, I better not carry a loaded firearm because I'm not covered under the new statute unless I have the permission of every single homeowner along that way or property.
You would be within your rights per the existing statute to carry a loaded pistol or revolver, but yes, you would need to have the long arm be in an unloaded or a not loaded
long
state.
arm, yeah.
And I agree with you. And look, I mean, if I was able just to write the law as I would like to write it, then I'd be very happy to see everyone able to carry the loaded long arms along the length of that trail.
As long as our citizens have a clear law to follow,
Of course.
I think that's the way to go. I appreciate it. Any other questions? Representative Peru.
So why can't we do it on public land?
Well, I think what I'm trying to do is to improve the status quo and address a concern right now where when I look at what the current statute holds, again, it's not holding based upon where you are on your land, what you're doing on your land, any of that. It's simply what conveyance have you chosen, right? That doesn't seem to me to make sense for a criminal statute. Would I like to see something beyond this? Perhaps, but I'm not convinced that would end up getting signed into law.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Did Fish and Game want to testify on this? We need a pink card. Oh, thanks, yeah. If anyone else is holding a pink card, please turn them in so we know to call you.
Chair Roy and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me to testify today. I am here at the behest of the commission, Fish and Game Commission, to testify on this bill in opposition to it. The reason for that is that this is a safety bill, really, and that's the reasoning for the law. You know, several issues. We already have constitutional carry. You can carry a sidearm. It's carried much differently than a long gun. A long gun, it's either carried, there are cases for them, but once again, there's multiple things you need to take off to take the firearm out. So why have it loaded if it takes you, a minute or two to do that? Other than that, having a loaded firearm on that OHRV is you're either going to carry it across the OHRV, so you have a loaded firearm with a muzzle going that way or a muzzle going that way. And that's obviously a safety issue for us, and it doesn't take away from constitutional carry. Also, another issue we have with this bill is that it speaks about implied consent or implied permission. Everything within OHRV speaks to written landowner permission, and I know if this were to pass, I don't think that should be any different. They should have written landowner permission to do it if they're going to be on somebody else's land. And then it also speaks. It does not speak to the landowner liability law that we have in the state, the protections that gives landowners. If you were giving somebody implied permissions to be out there operating with a loaded firearm on their property and something happens, that coverage is not going to be there. I mean, it's no different than felling a tree, somebody runs into it, and you're going to be held liable if you haven't, protected them in some way by notifying them or, putting some flagging up or something like that. So it's really for those reasons that the commission is opposed to this bill. And I can also say where it the snowmobile kind of portion of this, just, OTP up in resources, I've already had 2 landowners come to me and say, I'm going to basically tell the snowmobile clubs that they no longer have permission to be on my property because I'm not going to take the chance to have somebody that potentially is going to operate. There are no public trails really in the state. Certainly there's state lands that have trails. To call them public, I think there's different, each and every state and state-owned land has its own rules and things that go along with it for operation. Our lifeblood for keeping trails open in this state and for bringing commerce into this state is to have, these private landowners that keep their lands open to us and to be ensured that they are protected, by keeping that open. So that's really the reason that I'm here to testify, and certainly any questions I can take.
If you could, on the insurance aspect, that interests me. So currently, if I open my property up to OHRVs and snowmobiles, I can't be sued if one of them gets hurt because I allow the public to use my property. Is that correct?
RSA 508-14 is the liability law. Certainly, it basically says that if I allow you to go on my land and you trip and hit your head on a rock, it's inherently dangerous to be out there walking around, and I'm not going to, basically anybody can sue anybody.
Right.
We've had people fall out of tree stands and be sued, and the judges have basically backed them up with 508-14 saying, hey, the landowner didn't create anything that caused you to fall out of your tree stand. So
yeah, whoever did that, there should be a law against that. But how would it not? Or why did you say that it wouldn't carry with regard to the firearm portion if we made that legal?
I think the commission feels that it bumps up against that. I mean, I think it certainly opens the door for that liability to say, well, no, you gave this person an implied consent to be out there with a loaded firearm. So, it would be any different than if like I said, I fell a tree, but I didn't tell you. I certainly would be liable for that. And if I'm now presenting a potentially dangerous situation and something does happen, I think it opens you up for the same possibility of being sued and not being protected by 508-14.
My last question was with regard to the stowage of the long gun. You had said, across the racks on the front or across the racks on the back, but I'm pretty sure that they do make cases that actually hold the gun vertical. I'm trying to remember the name. I think it might be Pelican, but there you go. Yeah, it's a scabbard. Would that be a safer method versus the
scabbards that I'm familiar with, and certainly it depends upon the machine. Side by side might be bigger. It can, like some of our cruisers have like there's a stand in there.
Yeah.
Kind of, it's pointing up towards the ceiling. It's not like the old racks you used to have in the back of the truck that were just in the back window. There is a scabbard that goes on the side. But once again, like I said, there's clips and things you usually have to, it's like a plastic piece. It is facing forward, and then there's a piece that pops off the back. It keeps your gun from getting damaged.
Right.
But it's not, once again, you've got to either take a clip off or pop that thing off to get to the firearm. So what is the reason for having it loaded at that if I have to go through so many steps?
Okay. Final question from me. Does the Department of Fish and Game, do you guys carry long guns on your ATVs?
Not all the time, but certainly I've had occasion to carry in a boat to have to go dispatch a deer or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you guys have long guns when you go out in the woods, for example, if there's a bear or whatever. How do you carry the firearms?
We have a policy that says that we can't carry any firearms. It basically coincides with 207-2. We don't carry, the magazine can be attached, but by policy, you can't have a round in
No
the
chambered
chamber.
rounds. Okay. Thank you. Further questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony and sharing that with us.
Thank you.
Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. Yeah, no point. I think
Representative Murray. Oh, we didn't open yet? My bad. 1061. I will open the public hearing for House Bill 1061 and invite the sponsor to introduce her legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Alessandra Murray. I represent Hillsborough District 20, which is Manchester Ward 9, and I'm here to introduce HB 1061, which establishes a commission to study alternatives to incarceration for nonviolent offenders who are primary caregivers. I know it's a commission. The reason for this is we've introduced this bill multiple times in the past, and we've identified that we introduced the idea of this bill as legislation on its own and determined that there were gaps existing in the system that would make the program not able to be implemented yet. So the purpose of the commission is to identify what resources are needed to be able to implement this kind of alternative sentencing program. So this bill doesn't mandate any changes to sentencing or release policy. Instead, it asks a basic and responsible question. Are there better, more effective ways to promote accountability while minimizing unnecessary harm to children and families? In New Hampshire, when a primary caregiver is incarcerated, the consequences ripple far beyond the individual. Approximately over 2 million children in the U.S. have an incarcerated parent. 1 in 14 American children will experience parental incarceration at some point, with over 15% of these children being age 4 or younger. These children face severe developmental, mental, and economic hardships, including a 3 times higher risk of depression, 2 times higher risk of anxiety, and 6 times higher risk of adult substance abuse. Children with an incarcerated parent are more likely to experience housing instability, enter the foster care system, and face long-term emotional and economic harm, outcomes that ultimately carry significant costs for the state as well. Roughly half of incarcerated parents were the primary financial support for their children, leading to increasing rates of homelessness, food insecurity, and reliance on public assistance for these families. So this commission would bring together stakeholders from across the criminal justice, child welfare, and public health systems to examine evidence-based alternatives that other states have already begun to explore. Options that maintain public safety, reduce recidivism, and keep families intact whenever appropriate. HB 1061 is about studying the data, learning from best practices, and making informed decisions. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Representative. I just have one, and I do recognize that it's a commission and not actually a bill. However, as you remember, we did actually have the bill that came before our committee. Are you concerned or given any thought that by passing this, we are setting up that we're setting up that the law is going to be applied differently based on who breaks it?
There already are considerations available in law based on whether someone is a primary caregiver during sentencing, but there's not an equal determination, I guess, that has to be considered, if that makes sense. So it would, I guess, institutionalize that more, but it's already a thing as well. Like the way anything like, someone's circumstances might be used to determine sentencing, whether they're a primary caregiver is one of those.
Representative Muse?
As I recall, one of the issues with some of the prior bills is while it's good to give judges discretion in areas like this, I think one of the things that the bills struggled to do was to basically provide guidance and guardrails around there. So I know one of the concerns was, even offenders with, who are caregivers can be bad actors. Mm-hmm. And we don't necessarily want to free them and put them back out in society. So how would the commission sort of unpeel that particular grape?
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, there's data available from other states and programs that have been implemented in other states that the commission would be able to study. And that's also why I ensured that there would be someone on the commission who works in child welfare and public safety, and not just those who are working within the criminal justice system, to ensure that that perspective is addressed. But the main concern with this bill in the past has been that we don't have the resources necessary to support parents that are given this alternative sentencing in order to make this like a realistic option right now. And so the hope is that with this commission, we can identify where are the gaps in our system right now? What kind of resources would we have to build out to support this kind of potential for sentencing?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 1061 that is not turned into pink cards? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Uh, 1084 is next.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
1084.
All right.
We're on the same page.
We have a few minutes, Representative Hughes.
Give 3 minutes.
Can't open the room.
You can't scare them away.
Welcome back. I'm going to open the public hearing for House Bill 1084 and welcome the sponsor to introduce his legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Representative David Muse. I represent Portsmouth, Newington, and Newcastle. In New Hampshire, our deadliest crime is domestic violence. Over half the homicides in our state are also incidents of domestic violence, and the majority of those murders involve a firearm. A victim of domestic abuse is 5 times more likely to be killed by her abuser if there are firearms in the home. These are some of the reasons why, under New Hampshire's domestic violence law, a judge has the option to order the subject of a protective order to temporarily surrender their weapons and ammunition. But as we saw over the summer, even when judges order the surrender of weapons, gaps in the system and gaps in the law can lead to tragic results. The purpose of this bill is simple: to better protect victims of domestic abuse in our state from being shot by their abusers. What happened to Marisol Fuentes provided much of the motivation for me to file this bill. But there's no legislation that anyone can file to bring her back. So to be clear, this bill is not about relitigating who was at fault for what happened to a very good person who died a tragic and horrible death. It's about addressing critical gaps in our law around the relinquishment of firearms in these cases that will only serve to create more victims if we fail to pass this bill. So here's the quick version of what the bill does. HB 1084 strengthens victim protection under both temporary and final protective orders. It also adds required notifications, so police, the prosecutor, the court, and the victim are all kept in the loop. It takes the ambiguity out of the firearms relinquishment process by adding critical and specific new guardrails. And finally, it imposes penalties on subjects of protective orders who hide or fail to relinquish weapons that are later found to be in their possession, along with any person who knowingly lends or gives them a firearm. Now let's drill down into some of the specifics and see how the bill accomplishes some of those things. When it comes to enhancing victim protection under both temporary and final protective orders, here's what the bill does. The bill clarifies that a person named in a protective order must immediately relinquish their firearms to law enforcement, the law enforcement officer who's actually serving the order. It strengthens the part of RSA 173B that prohibits the defendant from purchasing, receiving, or possessing deadly weapons by changing it from an option left to the discretion of a judge to a statutory requirement. In other words, the may in the current statute becomes a shall. The bill also makes it a requirement and not an option for the court to issue a search warrant if the court finds probable cause to believe a defendant has not relinquished all of their deadly weapons. Currently, search warrants can allow searches of the defendant's home and premises. This bill would add the defendant's vehicles to the list of places that can be searched if the court suspects deadly weapons named by the victim were not relinquished when the initial order was served. The bill also makes sure that the right people are notified if the defendant tries to purchase a firearm after their weapons have been relinquished. Currently, the law only requires that the victim be notified. This bill would also require that the court immediately notify the people who are in a position to protect the victim, the police department, and the county attorney who has jurisdiction over the case. HB 1084 also adds a new section that clearly spells out the responsibilities in the relinquishment process of the defendant, police, prosecutors, and the court. Under the bill, any person subject to a domestic violence protective order will be required to surrender their weapons immediately, safely, and voluntarily to the officer serving the order. If the person chooses not to surrender their weapons, they can be immediately detained until relinquishment has been completed. If the person is subject to a criminal bail order of protection requiring the relinquishment of weapons and does not comply, the person shall be detained pending a bail revocation hearing. Our current statute is silent on how quickly a protective order must be carried out. This bill is not. It requires law enforcement to carry out the order as soon as possible, but no later than 4 hours after the order has been issued. It requires the officer serving the order to request a consensual search and to take custody of any deadly weapons and ammunition found during that search or found on the subject person. If the officer is unable to locate a weapon or ammunition known to the victim, the officer is required to immediately apply to the court for a search warrant. In all cases where relinquishment has been ordered, the law enforcement officer is required to report back to the court within 24 hours whether or not the defendant's weapons and ammunition have been relinquished. Currently, in our statute, there is no deadline for reporting this information back to the court. The bill also adds the possibility of a Class A misdemeanor penalty for defendants who know the location of weapons they have been ordered to surrender, but who have refused to relinquish them. And finally, the bill adds a penalty that will make a friend or family member think twice about knowingly lending, selling, giving, or transferring a firearm to a person who's subject to a protective order. Under this bill, a person who does that can be charged with a Class A misdemeanor. But should the weapon be used to terrorize, threaten, or assault the protected party or a law enforcement officer, the charge is elevated to a Class B felony. To be clear, if your buddy is prohibited from possessing a firearm because of a protective order, and you know about the order and you lend it to him anyway, there will be consequences under this bill. Members of the committee, playing the blame game in these cases is extremely easy, and I think we've seen a lot of it over the last year or so. But what's a lot harder is changing the law in a meaningful way that will protect victims of abuse from being victims of murder. And that's what this bill seeks to do, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Representative Prue?
So I see the ability to take their weapons, but I know in the past, some people have been falsely accused. So what is the process for their due process to determine innocence, maybe whether it was a false accusation or not, or whether it was true accusation? Where is that?
173B has a hearing process, and 173B also has a penalty for people who falsely accuse people.
Would follow up? How quick is that process? Because I'm not familiar. at the
How
moment.
quick is it? I haven't experienced it.
Well, you seem to know the law. That's why it was 173B. What's the speed of someone getting a hearing?
I think the main problem that this bill is trying to solve is that too many New Hampshire women are being murdered by domestic abusers.
And I understand that, but I'm trying to
and-
look at both sides.
Okay.
Sorry.
Representative?
I would point out that this essentially is a modification of an existing statute. So I think one of the things we're trying to do is to close some of the gaps and holes. And I think we went through an experience over the last few years with the bail system, where I think we saw that maybe we needed to remove some of the discretion, judicial discretion, in favor of protection of victims. And that's what this bill tries to do.
Representative Shear?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my recollection, the 173B is a protective order. This is for information for Representative Prue, and I have a question of the witness. 173B is the protective order statute, and I'm just trying to call it up, but I know the hearings occur pretty quickly under 173B for what that's worth. I understand that this this bill is more comprehensive than that which occurred during the Marisol Fuentes circumstance. But and having talked to you as you were developing this bill and in reading this bill, is it the case that if this bill had been in place in before the Marisol Fuentes circumstances developed, that it would have made it less likely that she would have been killed?
It's very hard to say, and that's why I don't want to say this is about relitigating what happened to Marisol Fuentes. What this is really about is preventing this from happening to somebody else and really decreasing the risk of it happening. And this committee over the years, I know, has been extremely supportive of protecting victims of domestic violence. And but I do think that given given the profile of that case, and also given the fact that half of the homicides in our states are domestic violence related, and half of them are committed with a firearm, having some additional guardrails and having more specific language in RS 173B around things like relinquishments and turning a few of those mays into shalls, overall will save lives. And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
I think we have to be very careful of assuming what the individual may or may not have done.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially, we don't want to give the impression that we're going to exploit the situation any more than it unfortunately has been. But thank you, Representative.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any more questions, Representative. Mr. Thomas.
While Mr. Thomas is coming up here, I'm looking at 173B3, and the person against whom the protective order is being sought is noticed up of the hearing as soon as the protective order is sought, and is entitled to be at the hearing and to take a role in the process.
If you could just hit the button so that the red light comes on.
Mic check.
There you go. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Nicholas Thomas. I live in Alexandria, New Hampshire. I oppose this bill because the immediate surrender requirement may create unfulfillable obligations on the parts of police and defendants in protective orders, and it will fail to accomplish its intention. To the latter point, it is common in my observation for protective orders to fail to be served in a timely manner. In my case, Manchester PD did not serve a protective order against me until almost a month after it was issued. They were not able to do this within the 4 hours required by the bill because the wrong address was stated on the order. The delay happened despite my full cooperation with and assistance of the police in serving the order. In attending the circuit court in Manchester, where I was found innocent, I heard of other cases where protective orders were not served in a timely manner due to circumstances outside police control. Requiring weapons to be surrendered immediately upon serving the order will not solve this problem, but it will in some cases create unfulfillable obligations on the defendant. For example, if a defendant possesses a firearm which is stored in a hunting cabin, which is inaccessible due to seasonal conditions, then the defendant would be subject to arrest under this bill. It is already the customary practice of police to require defendants to surrender weapons at the time of being served with a protective order, but the law allows officers discretion in this matter based on particular circumstances. Revising the statute to require immediate surrender of weapons would be both ineffective at protecting victims and impracticable in some cases. That's all.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you very much. Ms. Hoskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Hoskins. I am a lifelong resident of this state and currently reside in Concord. I've come today to urgently support HB 1084. This protection is something that victims of domestic violence across New Hampshire desperately need. I've come to speak to you today specifically because I have been a victim of domestic violence at the hands of a gun owner in New Hampshire. My abuser and I lived together for a year, and in that time, sexual violence became a daily experience I had to endure. While he never used his firearms against me, he wielded the threat of them like a weapon all its own. During that time, I did whatever I had to do to avoid angering him. Fear consumed every moment of my life, and I became an absolute shell of my former self. There was nowhere I felt safe and nowhere I could turn. He isolated me completely. When I finally managed to escape him, I had to bury the life I had built for 5 years in that town to build something new somewhere safer. I looked over my shoulder constantly, changing the routes I drove, and panicked when a car followed me for too long. By that point, I was in therapy and being treated for PTSD, depression, and anxiety. I could barely function because of it. I still struggle with these memories, and I will for the rest of my life. When I began to tell my story to my family and friends, word got back to him that I was speaking out. A mutual friend called me and told me he'd been threatening them, including the friend calling me. He said if they didn't give him my new location, he'd hurt them, maybe even kill them. I hadn't told anyone where I was going because I knew he might try to come after me, but I'd never expected him to use firearms to threaten people we both care about. You cannot imagine what that felt like if you've never experienced it. Knowing all at once the people you loved were in immediate danger because of a situation involving you. It feels like every beat of your heart is a betrayal. The guilt is impossible to live with, and yet I couldn't tell them the truth either. It would only put them and me in more danger. If he could threaten his own friends, what would stop him from attacking or threatening or even killing my family? Immediately after that phone call, I went to the courthouse and filed for a protective order. The judge deciding the order determined that my abuser seemed a very credible threat, and when he was served with a protective order, my abuser's firearms were removed from his possession. Hearing that news was the first real shred of relief I had felt in quite a long time. Knowing that I would be safe from him at least until the time of the following hearing let me know that I could breathe again and I could leave my home without fear. That day, my safety depended on a judge acting decisively and law enforcement being able to enforce the order immediately. It's important to note that not every survivor gets that same justice under the law, but I believe every victim deserves to feel that same safety, relief, and that same hope while they pursue justice. While I understand this topic is extremely controversial and divisive, it is also important to remember that the Second Amendment does not allow everyone to own a gun. Under federal law, certain groups are not allowed to own firearms, and this includes convicted felons and those convicted of domestic violence charge, as outlined in the Lautenberg Amendment to the Gun Control Act of 1968. Unfortunately, there are almost no federal guidelines on how to make sure these people do not, in fact, possess firearms, which leaves it largely up to the states. 41 states, including ours, have added some additional laws about those with orders of protection for domestic violence. Domestic violence protective orders are already a judicial finding of credible threat. HB 1084 is about what happens after that finding. I believe the proposed updates to the law in this state are needed. There must be consequences for actions. Victims deserve comfort and safety in the knowledge that they will not be threatened by the weapons of their abusers while they pursue justice. I believe in justice and consequences for bad actions, and justice was served by that judge who protected me. I believe that those with a domestic violence order of protection against them should have their firearms removed from their possession, as they have shown a willingness and pattern to cause harm. Victims of domestic violence deserve to feel safe after everything they have endured. This is a very positive and common sense update to a law that already offers neither burden nor infringements on the rights of responsible gun owners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony today. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 1084 that has not turned in a pink card? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And our next hearing is at 2:30.
She wanted me to drop off the written copy for that email, just so you guys have it, but that's for 1715. Okay, thank you. Today.
One for David.
My name is Buzz Schur. I am a representative in Rockingham District 26, Portsmouth Ward 3. I'm here to introduce House Bill 1100 on behalf of the prime sponsor, Representative Damon from Sullivan County. As I am not I'm not either the prime sponsor or the co-sponsor. I can't answer any questions, even from Representative Prue, about this bill.
Thank you for introducing the bill. Anyone else here to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I hereby close the public hearing. Hearing on House Bill 1108 and invite the sponsor to introduce the bill. Oh, is it?
No, we did 1100.
We did 1100.
We're 1108 on the back.
We're on schedule. We're on schedule. Representative Matt, would you like to introduce this bill? Since the sponsor seems. Yes. I want you to start by saying bloody hell.
I shan't.
He went Shakespearean on us. Good. Okay.
Good afternoon, Chairman Roy, members of the committee. I'm State Representative Matt Saborn, D20, Rocket M30. Introducing HB 1108 relative to the offense of criminal threatening. I'm not a co-sponsor of the bill, but I suppose we could all turn the page. We can look at it. It appears to be allowing for, I'll just read the paragraph, a person who in response to conduct that could reasonably be perceived by a reasonable person as likely to result in serious bodily injury, death, property damage, theft, unlawful intrusion, ... He is here after all. Oh, perfect. Cool. And I'm happy to open the bill. And here's the sponsor.
Thank you. I was wondering how the committee was doing. I figured you were still a little backed up. My apologies for not being more on time. We have a gentleman of some esteem in the hallway I was just saying hello to.
I'm sitting here.
Well, yeah, but the senator was out there. So anyway, so what are we doing here? 1108, I believe, right? So I have a handout here, which is just for convenience. It shows you the current statute. It shows you the current statute that this bill would amend. And if I get questions around what line number X says, I'm going to have to go grab a copy. But I think the key thing here is that this is about clarifying. We do not want to have our citizens who are taking reasonable steps to calm things down and protect society, or even just go about their daily job, turned into criminals. We do not want to have them unable to deter serious threats. Current criminal threatening law, it's vague at the margins, and the ambiguity can chill lawful means of self-defense, particularly when a person is confronted with conduct that they would reasonably perceive as likely to result in serious bodily injury, death, theft, property damage, or unlawful intrusion. And so the bill draws a clear line around that by clarifying this one paragraph in the existing statute. It, to be clear, does not in any way excuse reckless behavior. It does not legalize threats. It does not change anything about who may lawfully possess or carry a firearm, but it does protect defensive conduct from being mischaracterized as a crime when the intent is deterrence and not intimidation. And the standard is objective, and it relies upon what a reasonable person would perceive, preserving the existing law on open carry. So I'm sure that we could talk at greater length about what this one short paragraph does, but I'm happy to give you your time back and yield to questions.
So, Representative, can you just give us what it is now and what it will be?
I absolutely can, and if you'll forgive me, I'm just going to go grab the new sheet. So the language now is a person who responds to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to the person or to another by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away the person making the threat shall not have committed a criminal act under this section. The new language, I think, makes that a little clearer. and more in line with what I believe is the intent of this body, a person who, in response to conduct that could reasonably be perceived by a reasonable person as likely to result in serious bodily injury, death, property damage, theft, unlawful intrusion, or refusal to leave after lawful trespass notice, displays a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to deter such conduct, shall not be deemed to have committed a criminal act under this section. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit the open carrying of firearms as otherwise permitted by law. That's the extent of it.
Thank you. I could have. Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, is the intention, like, do you know if there are issues with it being implemented the way it is now? Like, have there been issues with people basically getting criminalized in these kind of situations?
Yes, I have heard of those, and I have spoken with pro-gun organizations in the state who have perceived issues with the current criminal threatening statute. I do not have with me particular cases that I can show you, but what I can say to you is that at the moment, if, for example, you were to display a firearm without pointing it in order to persuade an intruder to leave after being given a lawful trespass notice, that is action that in parts of the state, in many parts of the state, law enforcement officers would not glance twice at, they would not attempt to prosecute for. However, in other places, the point of view would be that that homeowner could be arrested or charged for criminal threatening based upon the statute today, simply because they displayed a firearm, even though the action was defensive, it was proportionate, and it was successful at preventing escalation.
I believe he's trying to give a definition between brandishing and displaying. But yes, you may have a follow-up.
So is you're doing this like both to address like the fact that there's issues with it being implemented now and add additional scenarios in which this can't be considered a criminal trespass?
Well, I don't know that I would distinguish one from the other. I think what we need to do in order to remedy the situation is we need to be clear that our intent is by no means to restrict the display for these kind of what should be lawful scenarios.
So, Representative, we had pretty much a bill very similar to this my first term, and we spent a great amount of time trying to distinguish or get others understand the difference between brandishing and displaying. And if I'm understanding what you are also trying to convey is there's a difference between brandishing and displaying. At least that's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure what other people are hearing. I don't want to speak for them, but that's what I hear. Representative Scheer, followed by Representative Muse.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony. First question. Somebody comes to the door and the individual has a...
Representative Scheer, I apologize. If you could just hold off for 1 second. Those of you that are coming in, please keep your signs out in the hallway. Thank you very much. I apologize, Representative.
That's all right. So let's say somebody is on their own property and they see somebody trespassing on their property and there is a lawful trespass notice there. The person displays their gun and says nothing, then this would apply. Is that right?
I think, let me break that question down into a couple of parts, because I think what you said, to me at least, did not make sense in that context. First of all, I very much agree that there is a distinction to be drawn between displaying and brandishing.
I'm not asking about
and I'm not looking to relitigate that. I think with regard to displaying, the example that you give is there has been a lawful trespass notice given.
Yep.
You didn't tell me whether that was given contemporaneously, whether that was given the prior week, whatever.
A sign, right next to a sign
A
saying no
sign.
trespassing.
Okay. In my point of view, there are a number of behaviors that would be reasonable, and I think it would be reasonable to articulate that there is the sign there. Did you see it? I think that it would be reasonable to say, please leave. I think that there's a lot of things that would be reasonable to do. If you're asking me, does somebody simply coming out and picking up a shotgun and not saying anything, which is, I think, what you were indicating to me, does that imply, oh, hey, there's a lawful trespass notice against you, please leave now? I don't think it does.
Oh, that's not my question. My question is, let's assume there was a lawful trespass notice. So that's not the substance of my question.
Okay.
And let's assume that the individual displays a firearm, right? Under what your bill, they cannot be charged with criminal threatening, correct?
So if I look at the text of the bill, it says displays, but it also goes on to specify an intent, with the intent to deter such conduct.
Yep.
So I think if you're saying to me that they did this with the intent to deter such conduct, and that is the question you're posing to me, then yes, the answer is yes. If you're saying to me, is it just broadly okay to display a firearm under any circumstances, in any place, in any manner? No, I'm not saying that.
That's not my. You answered my question.
Thank you.
The follow-up question is, follow up, please.
Representative, you may have a follow-up, but just hold on just 1 second. Those of you, as soon as you sign in, if you could please take a seat. We just want to make sure that we do have enough seats for everybody that is coming in. We are not allowed to have people standing. You actually have to take a seat. And if you could just also keep in mind that is where our researcher actually sits. So that is just kind of like his space a little bit. So just be a little bit just aware of that after you guys sign in. Representative Scheer, you're recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you. So now, building on that, same scenario, but instead of just displaying, they say, you better get out of here. Is that covered by this?
No, because this is not talking about other activities. It is talking, and again, with respect, I come back to the language here. It is talking about displays of firearm or other means, lawful means of self-defense. Right? That is the action that is being contemplated by this paragraph, not the question of what threats or non-threats may have been verbalized. And I leave it up to you or to a court of law to have a debate as to whether that particular form of language in those particular circumstances that prevailed would constitute some other threat or criminal behavior.
But all your intention here is only to cover the display, the first hypothetical we
Correct.
discussed.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Muse?
Well, I wasn't going to ask a question, but I think I might ask
Oh,
a
I
question.
apologize.
That's
I thought you
okay.
had your hand raised. I'm sorry. I try very hard to get the signals.
I've been thinking of one, and one thing that does strike me is the previous statute talks about serious bodily injury and death, a threat that would result in serious bodily injury and death, whereas your revision sort of extends that to property damage, theft, and unlawful intrusion. So are we extending the right to threaten somebody with a firearm to people who are defending their property as opposed to defending themselves? That seems to be
I
what you're
appreciate your
proposing.
question, and the short answer is no. The longer answer is that we are not providing a right to anyone to threaten somebody.
Thank you.
I did the same thing, Representative Muse. Representative Lascelles.
Thank you for taking my question. 5 years ago, in the aftermath of the George Floyd situation, there was a couple in St. Louis named McClaskey, I believe their name was, and they were standing on their front steps when protesters went through their neighborhood, a private gated community that they co-owned, and they happened to have, the McClaskeys happened to have firearms, and informed the people that they were trespassing. And subsequently, they were arrested, and there was a big rigmarole. How would that incident, how would this law, what effect would that have on the McClaskey incident?
Well, given that we are in New Hampshire, one of the greatest states, and we're not in that state, I don't imagine it would have a great deal of impact. However, without trying to talk about the precise details of that circumstance that I'm not familiar with, I am familiar in broad terms that it happened. I am familiar with some of the news reports. And I think one of the things that I would be most concerned about if I were party to the full detail is, were they involved in defensive deterrence? Or were they involved in making threats? And I think intent matters, and I think it is perfectly reasonable and appropriate for a homeowner to seek to deter threats to their home.
Thank you.
Representative Shear, do you have a follow-up?
Thank you. Just picking up on that. Let's take that scenario. They displayed their firearms, but they also said words. Would it matter what they said?
Well, it would to me. Whether it would matter to this particular paragraph of this particular statute is another matter.
This paragraph of this particular statute only protects those who display. It doesn't protect words they may say, correct?
That is my reading of it, yes.
Thank you.
Brandishing or displaying. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Farrington.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sam Farrington, Rochester. So I don't know if you all are aware, but I filed basically a nearly identical bill, and you are hearing it tomorrow without even collaborating with Representative McFarland. And basically, my bill is a little more tailored. It only includes property damage as an exception.
I got it. Representative, you could hold on. Everybody that's coming in, will you please keep your signs in the hall? You're not allowed to have signs in the committee room. And please make sure you keep your testimony to the bill that we're hearing today.
Right. So my bill's a little more tailored.
Yeah, we don't want to hear about your bill. We want to hear about this.
I'm saying if the committee doesn't want to move forward, I don't have to present the bill tomorrow. Just let me know.
We have to have a hearing. We already said, so might as well come.
Okay. If you want to kill it, I'm okay.
Representative, thank you. We'll give that bill its due hearing, just like we're giving this one, and we will debate both of the merits of both of the bills that they wrote.
Alrighty.
Thank you. I think this is Captain Imatucci. Oh, please correct that for me. Stop. Good job.
Thank you very much. My name is Matt Amatucci. I'm with the New Hampshire State Police. And I just have a couple of comments and things for the committee to consider. The threat of a deadly force during a non-deadly force scenario could result in a greater number of negligent homicides. In recent years, the state police has observed a significant increase in road rage incidents driven by aggressive driving behavior. Expanding firearm access under this legislation could heighten these risks, creating scenarios where individuals brandish firearms during traffic disputes. For example, if a driver is cut off or nearly struck, an event that could result in property damage, they may display a firearm to deter such conduct. This escalation could introduce a serious threat to public safety and increase the potential for violent outcomes. So with that, if there are any questions.
Thank you. I actually do have a question. I myself keep on referring to the difference between brandishing and displaying. So with that, this is going to be my question, right? If you let somebody see that you think is being a threat. Like if I feel threatened and I'm carrying, and I want the person to simply see that I am indeed carrying, in the hopes that maybe they'll stop doing whatever this perceived threat that I have, versus, you know, taking a firearm out and like clearly like using it as an intimidation. Is that what you would describe as the difference between displaying and brandishing as it is written? Not that it is written brandishing or displaying. I just feel like that's what we're discussing here.
Yes. Thank you for the question. It's a difficult question to try to answer. It's very subjective. It really comes down to how that person feels. Are they in fear for their life? Are they in fear of, you know, imminent bodily injury or death? That's one of the elements of the crime to prove criminal threatening. So just because they brandish or display, it's really not so much their intent, but how that is perceived by the victim in the case.
Okay, that was going to be my follow-up to it. So not just the person that has the firearm, it would also be the perception of the person that is viewing the firearm. Right.
Yes, there are instances where people report criminal threatening, but when we ask a follow-up question, were you in fear for your life? And they say that they weren't in fear at all. That's an element. Therefore, we can't move forward with charging criminal threatening.
Okay, and if I may, so the way that it reads could be reasonably perceived by a reasonable person. Is that just like where we just have to, I guess, come up with our own opinion on what could be a reasonable person? You use the road rage as an example.
Yes.
So a person that's, you know, maybe feeling a bit of road rage, not that I ever have, maybe on the way here.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Disregard. I apologize, disregard. Representative Scheer, did you have a question?
I take it back.
Oh, okay. I think we're working through our own questions. Representative Lascelles? Wait, hold on, those of you that are standing in the doorway, will you please come on in and find yourself a seat? Representative Lascelles, just give them 1 second, maybe to have a seat so the officer can hear you. Yeah. Oh, they still trying to sign in? Fair enough. Go ahead, Representative Lascelles.
My question concerns a non-lethal object like a Byrna beanbag thrower and a firearm. There's currently a commercial being played on Boston radio that talks about the Byrna non-lethal thing, and it establishes a scenario where a woman is driving and there's a road rage incident and someone stops in front of her, comes back to her car. She displays her Byrna, puts the laser sight on his chest, which the advertisement says defuses the situation. Now, in the state of New Hampshire, how would that be taken by state police?
Yes, thank you for the question. That is criminal threatening. Whether the weapon is real, whether the weapon is loaded, it comes down to what the victim felt. If the victim was in fear for their life, they can be charged with criminal threatening.
I'm a little bit curious as to who is the victim. If the woman driving the car stays in her car, but the other person gets out of his car and comes back, if she feels in fear for her life, would that be criminal threatening on his part or on her part?
Thank you for the question. If she's in fear for her life, in fear for imminent bodily injury or death, then she could be justified in utilizing if it's a deadly force situation. Again, it's very, they're challenging. They're challenging. It depends on the height, weight, age of the female that you're describing. And if, one punch from a male who is 6'2", 220 pounds, that could be a deadly force situation in her view.
Please keep your
So
signs
it's-
out in the hallway.
It's really scenario by scenario, whether
Ma'am,
the
please
law
keep,
enforcement
please
feel-
put your sign in the hallway. No, not down there, out in the hallway. Thank you. I apologize.
It's really case by case and how that person or both people perceived the threat that they face.
Representative Scheer.
I'm going to try and be clear about this, but don't hold your breath. So, looking at the statute, somebody engages in conduct that a person could reasonably be perceived by a reasonable person as likely to result in serious bodily injury, death, property damage, etc. Okay. Individual engages in that kind of behavior. Individual 2 displays a weapon as described with the intent to deter such conduct. Right? That fits the statute so far. So what happens when the person number 1 now feels in fear of their life or serious bodily injury? Is that criminal threatening under this statute, or is that abundantly unclear?
I apologize. I can't answer that question.
Because it's too complicated, because it's too confused on my part?
I am a little confused as
Okay,
to.
let me start again.
Yes.
2 people. Person 1
Yes.
engages in conduct that could reasonably be perceived as likely to result in serious bodily injury, death, or criminal trespass, or theft, or property damage, right?
Yes.
So under this statute, person 2 is entitled to display a weapon with the intent to deter that conduct.
Yes.
My question is, back to person 1. Now, person 1, seeing the display of the weapon with the intent to deter the conduct, person 1 is now in fear of serious bodily injury or death. Has person number 2 criminally threatened them?
Thank you for the question. That could be perceived as criminal threatening. If it's a person trespassing, or you go back to the property, which is really problematic with this, because now you have a non-deadly force situation now being, interjected by deadly force, or what is perceived as deadly force. Now that person is in fear for their life and could in turn utilize deadly force potentially.
Fair to say, follow up, I'm sorry. Fair to say that, at least in that hypothetical, what this statute allows for is an escalation of the incident from potentially non-deadly force to deadly force.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I think it might be fair to say that all of these examples would probably have an investigation that would help decide the outcome. Representative Muse, you have a question?
Thank you for taking my question. Would you say that in the situations we've been talking about, that just the display of a weapon is an escalation?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it could be perceived as an escalation, and it also contradicts 627.5, the use of deadly force.
Thank you.
Representative Harriet Gathright?
With all your testimony and the explanations that you were giving, thank you. But I was just wondering, are you in support of this bill or not in support of this bill, or?
So we're neutral.
You're neutral.
We just want the committee to think about scenarios which start as non-deadly force that could result in deadly force situations.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Prue?
So I'm kind of confused. I know.
I accomplished my purpose.
Basically from you. So if I'm in fear of my life because A, that guy got out of his car, has rage all over him, unsure what he's gonna do. I am now in fear of my life. I cannot display my firearm to tell him to calm down? Is that what you're saying? And I'm committing criminal threatening?
So thank you for the question. It's case by case, and it really will come down to, are you justified in the use of deadly force during that scenario? So it's, those are the cases that we deal with and we investigate on a regular basis, and it comes down to case by case. There are times where law enforcement has utilized deadly force against somebody who didn't have a deadly weapon, but it was justified. There are cases where there are citizens, same thing. It just comes down to whether it's justified or not justified based on the circumstances that are presented.
Representative Roy?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Under the current state of the law, is a citizen authorized to draw a sidearm or brandish, whatever the term, under the same circumstances that a law enforcement officer would be, taking out the need to make an arrest? I'm talking about defense of yourself or other citizens.
Yes, thank you for the question. The answer is yes.
And with regard to the case by case, excuse me, follow up if it's okay. I'm out of control. With the case of the case by case, for instance, I'm 6'3", about 200 pounds. Someone would say that's a pretty big guy, but I've got a debilitating back condition. I can't wrestle with anybody. So when you say case by case, would that factor into whether or not a charge would be brought? In other words, I drew my sidearm because I have no other way to defend myself.
Yes, thank you for the question. And that goes back to there's always an investigation into these incidents, whether it's a road rage incident or a criminal threat allegation or whatever complaint is made. There's an investigation.
And more of a comment to you. Would you believe that there's a company that you can buy insurance with called USCCA that would defend you in such a situation? Thank you very much.
Ladies, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience with the questions. It's obviously, guys, please stop. It's obviously confusing, and brandishing or displaying, I think, is really what we're back to at the end of the day.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anybody else here wishing to testify on House Bill 1108 that is not turned into pink cards? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And you're up.
USCCA.
With that, I am opening the final hearing of the day, House Bill 1142. How many cards do we have? We have an inordinate amount of people wishing to testify. In order to give everybody a chance, I'm going to limit testimony to 2 minutes. You might want to do yourself a favor. If you hear something said that you are going to say, come up with something more original that you would like us to know from your personal standpoint versus just saying the same thing that everyone else has said. Because a lot of people, the same thing will not have an impact, but your personal thing may. And with that, I will ask the sponsor to introduce the bill. Is the sponsor here?
Yeah, she just came in.
Okay.
She's here.
Also, once you've testified or done whatever, if you could, there's standing room only. So if you want to let someone else come in and sit down so they can take part as well, I'm sure they'd appreciate it. He gets a stipend. He gets a stipend for that. Sir, standing up. Sir, up against the wall, could you grab a seat, please? There's like 3 over here I could see. Okay. Floor is yours.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you, committee members, for having me here today. I am Representative Alexis Simpson from Rockingham District 33. I represent Exeter, Newfields, Newmarket, and Stratham, and I am also serve as the House Democratic Leader. I'm introducing the bill before you today, HB 1142, for a simple reason. Granite Staters do not want masked police on our streets enforcing federal immigration laws. This bill would ensure that any state or local law enforcement officer participating in immigration enforcement activities clearly and transparently identifies themselves by name, agency, and badge number, and operates without masks or concealment when carrying out enforcement in our communities. So I want to be clear, this is about community safety, it's about accountability, and it's about trust. When a police officer or an agent approaches someone in a neighborhood or at a school or on our streets, Granite Staters deserve to know who is engaging with them and under what authority. That's a fundamental expectation of a free and open society. Recent tragic events across the country illustrate why standards like those in HB 1142 are urgently needed. In the first weeks of 2026, there are multiple reports of fatal encounters involving masked federal immigration enforcement, including the deaths of Renee Good and Alex Preddy. These killings have sparked national concern about how and when force is used and the consequences for bystanders and the general public. But these incidents were not the first time Granite Staters have expressed concern and spoken out about masked law enforcement in our country's streets. People witnessed Rumeza Ozturk, a Tufts University PhD student, who was approached and snatched by ICE agents on a Somerville sidewalk in March 2025. And people watched Mohsen Madawi, a graduate student and permanent resident, arrested by ICE agents in the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services office in Colchester, Vermont. He was attending what he thought was a scheduled interview as part of his path to citizenship. People saw the video of federal agents, some in plain clothes and masks, handcuffing and taking him into custody. And just last week, masked agents in vests detained Juan Sebastian Carvajal Munoz, a civil engineer from Colombia employed by an engineering consulting company in Portland, Maine, leaving his car window smashed and his car running. These incidents have long raised concern for how law enforcement are identified in the field and how the public, particularly vulnerable residents, can be reassured that officers are acting within the law and with respect for human dignity. While these occurred outside New Hampshire, they highlight a broader pattern of enforcement actions happening without clear accountability or public awareness of who is acting and why. For many residents, particularly immigrants and their families, encounters with enforcement agents can be deeply stressful, even when conducted lawfully. Masked or unidentified officers create more fear and confusion, which can escalate situations that should otherwise be calm and controlled. Requiring clear identification protects both the public and the officers themselves by reducing misunderstandings and unnecessary conflict. HB 1142 is a common sense measure that strengthens public confidence in law enforcement without hindering lawful activity. It ensures that when New Hampshire state, county, or local officers engage in immigration enforcement, often in highly sensitive contexts, they do so with clarity, accountability, and respect for the people they serve. In New Hampshire, freedom depends on knowing who is exercising power over you. When authority is hidden behind masks and anonymity, liberty erodes. In this state, we don't govern through fear or secrecy. For the safety of our communities, for the protection of Granite Staters going about their daily lives, and for the integrity of law enforcement in New Hampshire, I urge you to vote ought to pass on HB 1142. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate a good speech as much as the next person, but if you could
Thank you.
refrain from clapping, thank you. Questions for the sponsor? Yes, Representative Scheer.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. As a chair of the police commission in Portsmouth, the police department has a policy of, when asked, their police officers identify themselves, they give their badge number, and short of a pandemic situation, they are not masked. Are you aware of any police department, local, state, or county in New Hampshire that instructs their officers not to identify themselves?
No, I am not aware of that. You're right. Common practice is for that to happen. This bill is necessary, I believe, for the officers who are participating with federal immigration enforcement so that they are also doing what our everyday policemen do on the streets here in New Hampshire.
Follow up?
Follow up.
And this bill does not order or instruct federal ICE officials to be unmasked or to identify themselves.
That
fair?
is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Okay, I wasn't going to ask any questions, but you did, so I'm going
Intended to provoke you.
Okay, so I have a couple of questions.
Sure. I'll answer them best I can.
The federal officers, it's my understanding, they in certain situations mask because many of them have had cartels go after their family and threats against their family. They've found out where they live, their addresses. You can do a reverse Google search of someone's face and find out who or where they are. So for safety purposes, that's my understanding why the masking is done in some situations. If that were the case, would you not want the same protection for the family members of New Hampshire law enforcement officers if there were threats being made by drug cartels and, I mean, trillion-dollar drug cartels?
So, a couple of things I'm thinking of. The first is that there is already in statute when there are special duties that officers are doing where their safety would be at risk or there's undercover activity, then that's a special circumstance. And this doesn't touch that at all. So I think obviously I'm really in favor of keeping our law enforcement officers safe. Let's just be clear about that. I have no one has come to me with that concern, particularly here in New Hampshire. And so I don't know if anyone will testify to that later, but in the case of a cartel or a gang, I would think that would be a special duty and not a regular 287G immigration and law enforcement or immigration and customs enforcement.
I would tend to agree, and I think, just let me say from the get-go, I think generally speaking, we should all know who is exercising governmental authority over us. That being said, I also don't think we should be doing anything that would put their children at risk, and that's why I asked that question. If you knew in your research for the bill, if you had come across why that was even happening at all. So it's also my understanding that sometimes the immigration thing crosses over into the drug thing with the cartels because some of the people that they have sent across to do that kind of business. How would we be able to determine when it was and when it wasn't a special operation that would justify the masking?
I don't think as legislators that would be our decision at that level to decide when that was appropriate. I feel like that's an operational concern that I would leave to our local law enforcement officers. I think they would need to make that distinction.
That answers it good enough. Representative, you already had one. Representative Muse.
I was only going to ask because you provoked me by.
This is going to be mutually assured destruction.
I understand.
Representative Muse.
So one of the things we've seen in Minneapolis is Minneapolis officials can't even get the identity of the ICE officer that shot Mr. Preddy over the weekend. Part of the reason they can't get that identity is because that officer is wearing a mask. So my question to you is, in cases where we have local law enforcement officers potentially involved in behavior that goes south, as has happened a couple of times in Minneapolis, do you feel that that hurts our ability to potentially make officers like that accountable for that behavior?
So I think all of our state and local law enforcement officers, our relationships with them are built on trust, right? As members of New Hampshire communities, and those relationships are really important to them doing their jobs well. And part of that is about accountability and transparency. And so I do believe that if our local law enforcement and state law enforcement need to announce themselves and have their names apparent and be unmasked, makes accountability and transparency much easier. It also facilitates and encourages relationships and trust as well. Yeah.
Representative Scher.
Actually, Representative Lassell had his hand up, so I'll pause.
Representative Lassell.
Yes, thank you for taking my question. We have immigration enforcement actions happening all over this country. In Memphis, Tennessee, for instance, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, and other states. Do you have, and in these enforcement operations, a lot of them are a lot more successful than others. And a lot of them have violence involved, and some of them do not. Do you have any specific indication of a state, local, or municipal law enforcement officer who is cooperating with ICE, who has been involved and has been masked?
I do not have that information. I don't know how I would find that information. I don't think we have that information publicly available to us at this point. And if someone who's testifying behind me knows how to find that information, please offer. But at this point, I'm not sure that we have that information.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Follow up.
So in the case of Minneapolis, Minnesota, the leaders there have been very vocal in saying that no local law enforcement is going to be cooperating with ICE. So wouldn't it be fair to say that none of the operations, none of the officers involved that are masked are local people?
So the thing that I do know is that law enforcement agencies, state, county, and local across the country, and some in our state as well, have signed 287G agreements, which say that they will participate when needed with immigration and customs enforcement. So that is the that's the measure I have right now.
Representative Scher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To follow up on one of the questions the chair was asking, would you believe that state, local, county law enforcement officers frequently work on cooperative drug task force?
Yes.
And they work sometimes with federal agents?
Yes, absolutely.
And are you aware, and sometimes
How long are you going to go on that one question?
Really, 3 questions?
Really? No.
I'm getting there. And would you believe also that they sometimes are involved in making arrests of members of what they believe to be cartels?
I think so. I have not studied that in depth, but that's my
All right,
understanding.
let's encapsulate it in one final
And here's
question.
one big final question, and then we can postpone this till executive session. And would you also believe that those officers, when they're making those arrests of people they believe are cartel members, are not masked?
I would believe that.
Thank you.
Thank you
Okay.
for introducing the bill to us.
Thank you very much. I have a copy of my
Oh,
speech as well.
Oh, great, thank you. Just to reiterate, at this point forward after the sponsor now, we're starting with the 2-minute per person, and the chair calls the Reverend Lori Savick.
Thank you. My name is Reverend Lori Savick. I'm here as a member of the Granite State Organizing Project, and I'm the pastor of Wesley UMC in Concord. I'm here to urge your support for this bill. I wear this collar to be visible, but whether I'm wearing it or not, it holds me accountable. This collar is not all of who I am, but the work I seek to do in this community requires trust. Trust is possible when there is accountability and integrity. Because my role involves asking for people's trust, even though this collar is not all of who I am, it must be present in every part of me. I must be accountable to it when I'm wearing it and when I'm not. Only then can I exercise the privileges it grants me in hospitals, people's homes, at 12-step meetings, or on community streets. Our law enforcement officers can only be safe and effective in their work if they have the trust of the public they serve. They are more than our police. They are siblings, friends, neighbors. They are more than our police, but they are always our police, even when they are working for the federal government. They are wearing our state and local badges, even when they aren't wearing them. If they want us to grant them the privileges their badges afford them in our communities, then they always need to identify with them. To have integrity, they must have one face. To have one face, they must show their face. Do not place the burden of choosing integrity and accountability on individual officers in individual cases. Their work is difficult enough. Make this decision system-wide. Say that in New Hampshire, we have liberty to live our lives as we choose because we have a culture of integrity and accountability, a culture of trust. That's what makes us safe. Please support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your testimony. The chair calls Paul Twomey.
Should I start over? Okay, thank you. I've been a criminal defense lawyer for 40 years. I was with the public defender. I was the litigation and training director at the public defenders. Then I was in private practice for a number of years. For close to 2 decades, I only did murder cases. I've met some of the most dangerous people in the entire universe, including cartel members, gang members, motorcycle gang members. I have never seen a situation in New Hampshire where a police officer needed a mask to protect themselves or their identity. I'm not aware of any time when anybody's family was assaulted by a police officer in New Hampshire. I think that's just, quite frankly, just a myth. The big problem with this is that a citizen, you're asking a citizen to submit to somebody saying they're going to arrest them who refuses to identify themselves, and the citizen has no idea whether that person is really a police officer or whether there's somebody trying to abduct them, rape them, rob them, or kill them. In that situation, people are going to resist, and you're going to get fights. You can have fights between people and criminals and fights between people and law officers. And the people fighting back aren't going to know who's on the other side. If you want people to submit to authority in this state, you should at least identify yourself as somebody who has legal authority. Otherwise, you're just making robberies, abductions, sexual assaults easier to do. I'm a police officer. Come with me right now. I'm with ICE. You know, I mean, it just makes it too easy. You make it impossible to prove resisting arrest charges because resisting arrest requires a person to have a reasonable belief, know or reasonably believe that the person's a law enforcement officer. If somebody comes up to me with a mask and no identity, I am not going to assume they're a police officer, no matter what they say. There's no reason to take their word for it. The final reason, and this is all I have to say, is that when you allow people to mask up and hide their identity, you reduce the accountability on their part, and you encourage bad behavior on the part of police officers. No, in every profession, including criminal defense lawyers and police officers, there's bad eggs, and there's people that will, if you give them the power to misuse their authority, they will misuse it. When you allow people to do it without any accountability as to who they are or where they're from, people are going to abuse their authority. And you're going to have more fights, and if that's where you want to go, that's where we'll go.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Doris Hampton.
Thank you. I live in Canterbury. Fear is contagious. My mother grew up as a Jew in Nazi Germany. Years later, as a child, I remember her watching girls walk by our home wearing the latest style, high leather boots. It aroused a deep, visceral fear in her. These masks, worn by ICE and potentially by our local police, are meant to create fear. Do we want our communities, especially our children, to feel that fear now and for decades to come at the sight of a police officer? How do we teach our children to talk to a police officer if they are in trouble and need help, if they have that fear? I ask you to please vote yes in favor of this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls David Trumbull.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is David Trumbull, and I'm from the town of Ware, and I support this bill. First of all, the bill represents a common sense policy. It's long been New Hampshire law enforcement policy that officers will have a name in their badge for the public to see. It's in state statute, and it was passed over 50 years ago. Even when New Hampshire law enforcement has worked with federal agencies such as the Department of Homeland Security, ATF, they have not covered their faces and they've worn their name and badge. There was a similar hearing yesterday in a Senate bill. Senator Altschiller testified about a case about 8 years ago of human trafficking, a huge organization, and our state officers follow the state law in that respect. The bill really goes to the question of what should be the everyday practice, not the exceptional case, but the everyday practice. It's worth noting that despite what you may hear in the news about some people who are deported, the fact of the matter is that most people who are stopped and arrested are non-criminals. The most recent research out of Syracuse University shows that only 3% of those individuals arrested and detained have convictions. They looked at the data all across the country. They concluded that targeting has shifted sharply to individuals without any criminal convictions. So the question is, what should we be doing in the 97+% of the cases? We don't want our officers wearing masks because we're worried about a hypothetical for a small case. If we're worried about that case, put an exception in the bill. Lastly, we need to make sure that we maintain trust for our residents of the state who are people of color and who are immigrants. Nationwide, immigrants and people of color are withdrawing from public life. The Kaiser Foundation, the New York Times, did a survey called Worries and Experiences Amid Increased Immigration Enforcement just in November. They found that 1 out of every 3 legally present immigrants report they avoid travel, they avoid seeking medical care, and going to work because they're afraid of ICE. They are now carrying their passports with them when they do their daily chores. The Pew Center for Research says that for white people, only 1% are worried enough that they will carry documents to prove they're a citizen. For Hispanics, it's 12%.
That's your 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for sharing that information with us. The chair calls Lynn Lippett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Lynn Lippett from Milford, New Hampshire. And some things have been said. I'll try to be brief. Before, agents didn't need to wear masks, and they didn't seem to be afraid of the public. And now they do, and the public's afraid of them. And so there's a lot of clashes, and wearing masks just make the situation worse. They need to be accountable. I know immigrants who are here legally, who are naturalized citizens, who are terrified to go out, and it's really scary. And they shouldn't have to feel that way in America. This isn't the country we are. This isn't New Hampshire. And we don't want people to be afraid of the police. When we have in our town a wonderful police department, we don't want people to start being afraid of them. And we want to know that the police will be there for us. I was talking to the Hillsborough County Sheriff this last week, and, he said he couldn't do anything to protect citizens from ICE overreach. And that's scary. That's really scary. So anyway, I just think that they should at least not wear masks and be accountable. It's how they're operating. It's not that they shouldn't be doing their jobs. It's just how they're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Andy Davis.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. My name's Andy Davis from Tamworth, New Hampshire. I was raised by parents who lived through the Great Depression. My father, who would have been 100 this month, was a World War II vet. I was raised by them with the idea of honor at the center of our home, and the idea that whatever I did for a living was reasonable as long as I squared my shoulders, held my head up, and proudly showed my face. Law enforcement is an honorable profession, and we need to keep promoting the honor within the profession, and allowing or pushing our law enforcement personnel to look like ninjas or dementors does not promote that honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair calls Gordon Humphrey.
Mr. Chair, I have.
We pass it out right there to Mr.
Okay, Mr. Sister. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, colleagues, if I may use that expression. I'm preaching to the choir when I say, I know that I'm preaching to the choir, when I say that accountability is everything in a democratic republic. And without it, you have tyranny. Accountability, in my opinion, is clearly broken down in Washington. Congress is failing utterly to play its part in the separation of powers and holding the other branches accountable. Members are failing to uphold their oath of office to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And as a consequence, the country is in a very unhappy state. I think the lesson of these unhappy, unfortunate last few months is that we must restore accountability
to law enforcement, particularly at the federal level. The answer to the events unfolding with even to the point of death, tragic deaths, the solution is not more of the same, not more brutality, and not more lack of accountability. We need less brutality and more accountability. The bill before you is about accountability. It's bad enough that ICE is going around in Gestapo style, unaccountable, in part because no one knows who they are. It would be even worse if New Hampshire law enforcement officers were part of that Gestapo style law enforcement with behind masks. That's what this bill seeks to prevent. If I may say finally, as a citizen of the state, I think it's unfortunate, I say this with all due respect, that the legislature enacted a law last year that effectively prevents towns from withholding the services of their police officers from ICE. If they attempt to do so, they're subject to a fine of 20%. It would be even worse now if the towns cannot at least prevent their officers from wearing masks. I hope very much the committee will support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony, your time, and your service, Senator.
Ditto.
I'm going to take a stab at this. The chair calls Federline McKenna.
Fidelma McKenna. I'm from Concord. I'm a nurse in the community, and I just wanted to ask you guys to support this bill. I think a lot about our community's health and safety, and transparency and accountability always promotes health and safety. So please support this bill.
Thank you for your testimony and your time. The chair calls Councilor Karen Leah Hill.
Hello, thank you very much, and I appreciate it. We did just have a long council meeting day ourselves, and I know you're here for a long day. I will pull up my testimony right here. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of House Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Karen Leo Hill. I'm the Executive Counselor for District 2. I'm here in support of HB 1142. Recent immigration officer involved killings, often carried out by masked officers without visible identification, have deeply shaken public trust, including here in New Hampshire. This bill responds directly to that concern by requiring officers to clearly identify themselves, prohibiting the use of face-covering masks. These are basic, common sense safeguards that protect the public, protect officers who are acting lawfully, and strengthen confidence in the rule of law. Accountability is not anti-law enforcement. It is essential to legitimacy. For these reasons, I ask the committee to support this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, your time, and your service. The chair calls Teresa Masiello.
Thank you all for listening to us. My name is Teresa Masiello. I live in Seabrook, New Hampshire. I have a son-in-law who served in Kuwait in the National Guard. He also attended and completed police academy, so I am fully aware of the risks that both our guardsmen and police forces work under every day. I support them 100%. My father was also a prisoner of war in Barth, Germany for 18 months during World War II. As I've been listening to the testimony, I changed. I support this bill fully. I would like to ask a question that I don't know the answer to. Badge numbers, are they public information? Does anybody know that?
But you're wasting your 2 minutes. So
Okay, so if a badge number is not public information, I would propose that people be at least wearing a badge with their badge number so that they can be identified as legal law enforcement agents. I would also say that most warrants for arrest for illegal aliens, if they're criminal, that's included in the documentation to pick them up. And if that is the case, then those can be handled separately and specifically to those cases and not across the board. I do agree that across the board use of masks does create a real problem for trust in law enforcement, which, you know, I believe we should trust law enforcement. I care about my son-in-law. I care about our police officers. And I would also say that wearing a mask, everybody, you know in your town who your law enforcement officers are. You know where their kids go to school. You know where they live. Wearing a mask doesn't protect them. Okay? Wearing a mask only protects the people who feel like they need to be protected because they know they're doing something wrong. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Michael Schism. Schism. Silent C.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening to me. I am Michael Schism, a resident of Samberton, New Hampshire. For the last 3 years, I moved my family to New Hampshire after serving in the Air Force for 20 years. During that time, I was given 2 all expense paid trips to Afghanistan in support of Special Forces units. I would define fascism, but I'm not sure if y'all are interested in that. And I'm trying to, I don't want to mince words. One of the things I learned in the military was speaking truth to power. And sir, I think it's very disrespectful of everyone here that you should check your email, text, and disregard the testimony of a clergy member. Also, the apathy you are showing us is quite disrespectful. What's going on in this country is a systematic campaign to suppress dissent and consolidate absolute power. Over the last year, hundreds of billions of dollars have been infused into DHS and ICE budget to provide the president a police force. One of the key tactics being used is allowing agents to cover their face for their protection, which you spoke about earlier, when in reality is to promote indiscriminate violence while decreasing accountability. I suffer from PTSD. I have helped people kill people in foreign countries. You were talking about Chinooks earlier. Men I served with died on a Chinook, 31 of them. They didn't die so that a president can become a dictator and throw our first, second, and all other rights out the window.
Thank you for your testimony. That's your 2 minutes. The chair calls Laura Carlisle. Lorna.
Hello. I have a question. How come I had to identify myself when I came here? All I'm doing is peacefully testifying, but ICE can come up in our street and terrorize us by wearing masks and not identifying themselves. It's just a part of our First Amendment rights are to be able to be out there protesting, and we shouldn't have to worry about people that are wearing masks and can get away with anything. There's no accountability. And I just think that you should support this bill. It's not a political issue. It is a moral issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Maria Del Terrio.
Is this on? Yes. Hi, thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Maria Dalterio. I'm a longtime resident of Concord, And I basically agree with the testimony of everyone who's gone before you this afternoon. I just wanted to make one further point, well, maybe two, that there are many other people in other professions other than law enforcement who have to tangle with hardened, dangerous criminals, including cartels and gangs. Judges do, prosecutors do. You as legislators actually, based on your votes on legislation, can be targeted, and you do it anyway. You are brave enough to do it anyway. And I think that I understand the concern for the families of police officers, but you all have families, lawyers have families, judges have families. Anyway, the other thing is just that, and I think this just echoes what the gentleman from the Dropkick Murphys said, is that I am terrified of the way in which our country is going, terrified that we've already gone so far along the road to fascism and tyranny. And if we can take any steps to slow that down, fight against it, and I see this as a step to do that, I think we should do it. So I support the bill.
Thank you. Nancy Brendel or Bren?
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Brennan. I am from Ware. And to piggyback on what the woman before me said, yes, there are a lot of people who are threatened who don't wear masks. One of them was my husband when he was a judge. He had some very serious threats. They told him he had to carry a gun between home and the courthouse. I also learned to shoot that gun because I thought if we're going to have it in our house, I need to know how to do it. He never covered his face. Our police do not cover their faces. If I had my way, this bill, which I support, would be a first step. And ICE would not be allowed here wearing masks. Maybe in those couple of cases where they're going after a cartel, but they chose this job. They know what they're doing. And if I am going to trust them, I need to see who they are. So many people are being picked up that are citizens that have done nothing wrong. And I think if they had to show their faces, they wouldn't be as likely to do that. Do you know who wears masks? The Patriot Front, the Blood Tribe, NSC 131, and they wear them to intimidate, and it works. You know who else wore a mask and said they were ICE? Carl Bennett Jr., Sean Michael Johnson, Antonio Reed, and many others who dressed up, rode ICE, put a mask on, grabbed women, raped them, robbed them. We're seeing this happen. We need to be able to trust people. We need to be able to support the immigrants that are here. We have 13 immigrants that are friends of ours that we helped bring here, that saved American lives, and we are terrified that even though they're citizens, someone will grab them and send them back. Thank you.
Thank you. Grace Madden. Grace Madden again. David Holt. Well,
hello. Thank you for letting me speak in support of 1142. My name's David Holt. I am a third generation immigrant, as most of the folks here are immigrants or the descendants of immigrants. I was born in New Hampshire and lived here the majority of my life. Currently, I own a home in Somersworth, New Hampshire, and I'm testifying on my own behalf. HB 1142 is a simple common sense transparency bill. It does not prohibit immigration enforcement, and it does not prevent cooperation with federal authorities. What it does is ensure that when state or local officers assist in immigration enforcement, they do so openly, visibly, and accountably. Requiring officers to display their name or badge, number, or face, refrain from masking their identity, and use body-worn cameras protects everyone involved. It protects residents' civil rights, it protects officers from false allegations, and it protects the integrity of the state. Research and experience consistently show that an anonymized law enforcement creates fear. When people cannot tell who is exercising government power, communities become less likely to report crimes, cooperate as witnesses, or seek help from police. That fear undermines public safety for everyone, citizens, immigrants, and law enforcement alike. Transparency, on the other hand, builds trust. Clearly identifiable officers signal lawful authority and accountability. That trust is essential, especially in sensitive contexts like immigration enforcement, where fear can spread quickly and silence entire communities. New Hampshire has a strong tradition of open government and accountable policing. We do not allow secret laws or secret courts, and we should not allow secret policing. Please support this bill. When the government exercises power over people, it must do so openly and responsibly. Please vote ought to pass for HB 1142. And I will say that with the recent studies that I was doing around this, I researched Trent de Agua, if I'm saying that correctly. There has never been a case of a Trent de Agua gang member in the state of New Hampshire. I researched the general media, I researched police records and judicial records, and it is not an issue here in New Hampshire. So again, please support HB 1142. Thank you.
thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Michelle Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Johnson, and I live in Swansea, New Hampshire, in the southwest corner of the state. Y'all should visit it sometimes. We don't get a lot of representation down there. I have, just for a little context, I grew up in an extremely, extremely pro-police and military family. I was raised to respect the police, and I do. I have lived in New Hampshire quite a while now. I've raised all three of my kids here. And I've always taught my children to respect the police, not to fear them. A lot of people fear them. I was a police dispatcher in a city about the size of Manchester for 4 years and came across a lot of people that really don't trust the police. But the police are part of our community, and that is what I've always taught my kids. My kids have taken Halloween candy from an officer who was cruising the neighborhood on Halloween, so they got to knock the cruiser door and get their candy. My daughter, when she took a baking class in high school, took her half of the cake down to the Dublin police. They only have 3 officers, so half a cake was enough for them. In Swansea, we only have 7 police officers. Now, obviously, in a big city like Manchester, not everybody runs into all of their police officers all the time, but we do. We see them at Market Basket when they're getting their lunch at the deli. They come on Halloween. They're part of our community. They are our neighbors, they are our friends, they are our sons and daughters and siblings. And this legislation is obviously about public safety and transparency, but I think it's important that it would also protect our officers from potentially pressure from people that they're working with, if they're working with ICE, to go along with what ICE does and mask and cover their badges. And if they have a law that they can fall back on that says they can't do that, then they have a bright line guide that they can cite and say, no, we don't do that here in New Hampshire. Sorry.
That's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Chair calls Bob Sanders. Bob Sanders. David Gorson. Matthew Cortuum.
Hello, thank you. My name is Matthew J. Cordum. I'm a 36-year-old resident of Concord, New Hampshire. I am a veteran of the United States Air Force Medical Service, and I have lived the majority of my life in and around Minneapolis, Minnesota. House Bill 1142 requiring ICE agents to remain unmasked and to identify themselves is a sensible first step that I obviously fully support. And I'd like to say that my family and friends in Minneapolis are running errands, delivering groceries for their other family members and neighbors, and they're afraid for the lives of themselves and of their loved ones. And do you really want that here? And that's why I really strongly support 1142.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Karen Zerhide.
Thank you for hearing me. My name is Karen Zerhide. I'm a longtime resident of New London. And I don't think I can add too much as I speak in support of this bill, considering everyone who's spoken before me. But I'm not representing anyone other than myself, except I do know hundreds of people who I know would agree with the testimony that you've heard. And I think a reason for that, and the reason I suspect that most Granite Staters would agree in support of this bill, is because it's common sense, it's practical, and at its heart, I would see it as nonpartisan. I have tremendous respect and gratitude for law enforcement at all levels in our state. We depend on them day in and day out. It happens that I have a very close family member who's a retired New Hampshire State Trooper. So I've seen a lot from close to the inside. And as has been recently said, I think that this bill provides lots of protection for our law enforcement officers, as well as for the general citizenry of our state. If we want to maintain the kind of society that we enjoy in the Granite State, one that is free, just, and peace-loving, this bill's passage and you folks advancing it would potentially go far to be one more way to help assure that future for us here. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Lisa Boydwin.
I don't have my readers. Good afternoon. For the record, yeah, they would be helpful. Thank you. Oh, they are. Okay. Cooking with gas now. For the record, my name is Lisa Bodwin. I'm here today in my capacity as Executive Director of the New Hampshire Council of Churches, which is 7 denominations and over 300 churches across our beautiful Granite State. We urgently and respectfully support HB 1142. As many others have spoken, recent national events have laid bare the dangers of anonymity and the lack of transparency. Across the country, individuals posing as immigration agents have committed serious crimes, and federal authorities, including the FBI, as far back as October 17th, have warned that the public increasingly cannot distinguish between legitimate officers and imposters. This disturbing move away from law enforcement undermines public safety and leaves residents with no reliable way of knowing whether or not someone claiming federal authority is in fact acting lawfully. Many of the clergy in New Hampshire love their service as chaplains for law enforcement and first responders. The Council of Churches and our denominations are grateful for the service that law enforcement, and we appreciate being able to stand in response when there is trauma to them. So we know and understand how important it is for law enforcement to be safe. I would offer to you that New Hampshire clergy who just returned from Minnesota report that what's happening on the ground is significantly worse than anything reported in the news or any of the videos we see on social media. The degree of terror is unbelievable. I would offer that this is the live free or die state. It is not the New Hampshire way. This is not the live scared and die by masked thugs state.
Ma'am,
Thugs
that's your time.
who disregard law enforcement protocols and best practices. Again, we urge you to support the bill.
Thank you. The chair calls Todd Ayer. Yeah. Thank you, Representative Chair.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I'm here today compelled to speak both on behalf of Sarah Chasinski, congressional candidate for Congress, and also as the co-chair of Political Action for the Human Rights Campaign New England, to voice our strong support for HB 1142. It is vital for public safety that all law enforcement be transparent and accountable to the public, whether they are state or federal officers. These are the same standards we expect from our police officers. I see no reason why ICE shouldn't be held to the same standard. We've already seen in Minnesota the damage done to public trust when unidentified federal agents feel they have free rein to do as they please with no accountability and no recourse. You encourage abuse of power. How can public safety and accountability be assured when agents that violate the law are masked and unidentified? How can the general public be expected to comply with orders from those refusing to even identify themselves? The FBI has already warned us about the risks of impersonators, and the masked practices only perpetuate this. And this is not hypothetical. We've seen multiple cases across the country of this happening. Again, I ask that this body move to support this legislation, to support 1142, as a first step in keeping Granite Staters safe and federal agents accountable to the law. Failing to pass the bill only allows ICE to continue to act with impunity and risk the likelihood that they will continue to abuse their powers, implementing Gestapo tactics and put our friends and neighbors in peril. Thank you.
Thank you. Chair calls Elaine DeMello. Elaine DeMello. Katie Cousins.
Hi, I'm Katie Cousins from Hancock, New Hampshire. I'm in support of this bill. I feel, as has been shown throughout the country, that wearing masks have given those wearing it the right, they feel, to do what they want, to who they want, how they want, with no consequences. My family is all of color. My daughters, my grandsons, my in-laws are all of color. My youngest is adopted from Ethiopia. I have requested that she bring her certificate of citizenship with her wherever she goes. I have a copy of it. I've given a friend a copy of it, just in case. My grandchildren have dual citizenship between here and Canada. I remind my daughter, make sure you have that paperwork done. If you need it out, you have dual citizenship. You can run to Canada. My youngest is in college. You tell your friends who are American citizens but are of color, you have an out at my house. If you need me, I will drive to Pennsylvania. I will go pick you up. This is not the way America is to be run. We're supposed to be free. We're not supposed to be looking over our back. We shouldn't be afraid. I'm afraid for my daughter and her friends. It's not right because people can wear masks and shoot and nothing will happen to them. I am in support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Catherine Reidinger.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name is Catherine Ranger. I grew up in Hopkinton and currently live in Suncook. I spent much of my young adult career with a Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice and working to support criminal defense lawyers and foster children. To me, this seems like basic common sense policy. At this point, it's not even requesting that ICE's presence be removed from New Hampshire, that police officers stop cooperating with them. It's simply asking for accountability and transparency, which again is the base level that most federal employees are held to. The fact that this is a conflict in this state seems a little bit juxtaposed with the values that we claim to hold. I spent many years working alongside many friends who are immigrants. If you eat food, if you have eaten at a restaurant, if you buy food at a grocery store, if you consume most products or services in this country, it comes from some distant degree at the hands of immigrants. And you enjoy the services and conveniences provided, but don't want to provide the safety and reassurance, the American dream that we all claim to want for each other. And this level of entitlement and lack of accountability seems to heavily contradict the values that most people claim to hold for themselves. So I support this bill, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Sabrina Smith. Sabrina Smith.
Hi. Sabrina Smith. I am against the way this bill is currently written. I think that ICE officers should be given the choice to wear a mask or not, just like during COVID lockdowns. And I will tell you why. I grew up in San Joaquin Valley, which is ram full of cartels. And I think that this state is a little sheltered from what is actually going on out there right now. I support our ICE officers. My Black and brown family members support ICE officers because we grew up and we know what this is all about. And I think it's a little ridiculous that we're already starting to have this statewide scare on ICE when they are federal officers on a mission to get rapists, cartels, and traffickers off the streets. Some of them are masked, and I will tell you why. Because 24 to 30% of our ICE officers are first, second, and third generation immigrants. 50% of our Border Patrol are immigrants because they know what's going on. They are protecting their communities. Let's see. The only way I would support this is if it was a choice to wear a mask. I think it's ridiculous that any legislature is trying to force or unforce masks. That should be a personal choice. If someone feels threatened, an ICE officer, second generation, I mean, some of these guys and girls aren't even that removed from Mexico at the moment. You know, and I know someone was saying they haven't seen cartels here in New Hampshire. You haven't yet. All around us right now, Massachusetts, Maine, this is all going on. And I don't have any concerns right now because I voted for Kelly Ayotte, I don't know how you pronounce your name. I voted for her because she supports ICE and she also supports our police officers.
That's your time, ma'am.
Oh, all right. Well, the only reason why we have ICE in some of these states is because the police will not work and get these criminals out. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Mary Wilk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mary Wilkie. I live in Concord. I'm here to support this bill. I must say I was surprised when I read it to think that there would be any controversy about it whatsoever. It seems so common sense. And then I sat here, and until just the last witness, there wasn't any controversy. Everybody was in favor of it. And online, 3,184 people have signed in favor and 189 against. It doesn't strike me as a highly controversial bill. It strikes me as a very common sense bill that most Granite Staters would like. It's in our DNA as Americans to be wary of government overreach. People might disagree on what constitutes government overreach, but having armed, masked, unidentified officers deputized by the government roaming our streets seems to me like a pretty clear example of government overreach. And one example, there's so many, but the only one I will mention now because of time, that has been mentioned before, is that Tufts student who was here legally on a visa, and she was snatched off the street by masked people who did not identify themselves and thrown in an unidentified, unmarked van and driven away who knew where. And if that's not government overreach, tell me what is. She was found to have been here legally. Her charges against her were dismissed. She's now got a case against the government. She was the victim of government overreach. This is the live free or die state. During the election, I saw a lot of "Don't tread on me" signs. I think that was treading on her. And I'm just asking you to please take a reasonable position and vote in favor of this bill so that we don't have armed New Hampshire police officers roaming around with masks and not showing people who they are and not showing their identities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sarah McNeil.
Thank you. I didn't plan to speak today, but I just wanted to add something. First, thank you for listening. I do agree with everybody who has supported this. They have all brought up many different interesting comments. I'm an old white woman, and I fear ICE. Maybe more because I have lived a long time. I see what can happen when people jump to conclusion, when they're given power and they're given weapons. And we've all seen it over, not just what's happening in the last year, but over a period of time. It's easy to give somebody power and give them guns and not give proper training, and that's obviously what has happened. Just to mention one thing about the one person was speaking against this, ICE officers choose to do this. They are paid very, very well by our tax dollars. Unfortunately, they're not trained well. So I have no sympathy for them, but they choose that profession. Another person spoke today about how you as legislators many times make decisions. Your name is out there. It's easy to find who you are, even where you live, but you don't mask yourself. A lot of people have positions and things they've done. I was a CASA volunteer for a while, and I'm telling you, that made me very nervous, but I didn't hide my face. One comment that I want to make that I haven't heard yet is that this country was founded on separation of three branches of government: the judicial, the executive, and the legislature. And we are losing that fast. Right now, we really is very murky on the federal level. Please, let's not lose our state rights. Over and over, we're hearing what the federal government can do and what we as you people, us, the voters, the residents, can do. Please, let's not lose our state's rights. And this would be one thing that we could go forward with and make an example for the rest of the country, that we are going to insist that if any ICE or other officers come to this state, and they're already here, I know that they must unmask and they must identify who they are by their badges. We
Thank you.
already
That's
are a
your time.
unique state. Who else has 400 legislators? Who else has live free or die? We do some very strange things in this
That's your
state.
time, ma'am.
So let's go forward and make this an example of what other states can do. Let's stand up for our states' rights as we do with choosing our electors, when we vote, how we vote, set up each town and city. Let's go forward and make this an example. Thank you for all your time.
Chair calls Patricia Piscetta.
Pretty close. Pichetta. Hi, thank you for listening, and thank you for your work. I am a longtime resident of Belmont, New Hampshire. Like some of the other people who have spoken, I was raised to respect law enforcement. I have dearly departed and current members of my family who work in law enforcement. And a couple of things have occurred to me. The way I was raised, if you weren't doing something wrong, what did you have to hide? If you're honest and you're professional, as are and were the people in my family who are law enforcement people, why would you hide who you are? My grandfather's proudest thing was his badge, which I still have and keep. He was just a beat cop in Passaic, New Jersey, first generation Irish. He was proud, and he ran up into some tough stuff then too, but he would never think of hiding his face. Because if you're honest and professional and you are following the law and you respect the Constitution that you have pledged your allegiance to, why would you need to hide? And there's one last thing I want to leave you with. One day, this national nightmare of terror will be over. And I do hope that the good men and women who are in law enforcement in this state will not have to look back in shame on anything that they were asked to participate in or forced to do, and that they can hold their heads high. Because shame is what we need to understand is what makes you hide your face. Thank you. I am very much in support of this bill at the minimum.
Thank you. Gordon Blakely.
I speak as a former member of your august body, a long time ago.
Then I apologize for leaving off the Honorable Gordon Blakely.
Oh, well, don't go too far.
It lasts forever.
Thank you. I'm just, I believe as written, this bill doesn't extend to federal officers, only to state, municipal, local. And so I believe it doesn't go far enough. We certainly have the right to enforce laws against all law enforcement officers, and I believe that this should be applicable to ICE and CBPP officers as well. And we certainly have the right to enforce that. But because it doesn't specify what its enforcement mechanism is, I would urge you to make it a criminal statute. to make there be criminal penalties so that there be prosecutions for officers who do not properly identify themselves by being unmasked. I think that there's only one, in law enforcement and crime, there are sort of two sides to the masking equation in our society's culture and our history, and that would be on the law enforcement side, you've got Batman and Robin and Superman, and on the criminal side, you've got everybody else. As the speaker just said, shame is the reason for masking oneself. We believe in enforcement of our laws without fear or favor, and fear would be the reason, fear of being known and identified would be the reason for masking up in this situation. So I feel very, very strongly that it should be amended to apply to all officers involved in any law enforcement activities. I would specify it as being any official or officer of any level of government who is authorized to, but not necessarily wearing a sidearm, which would sort of cover everybody. I would not want to see clever defense counsel trying to, as a recovering member of the bar also, I know that I would argue that perhaps my client is not covered by the definition here of a law enforcement officer, because immigration is a civil matter.
That's your time, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further cards to be turned in and to testify? Seeing none, I close the public hearing.